Chapter 2462. Let's keep looking and see if there's anything else of value. The goddess said. Lin Tian put away the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone and continued to search the demonic abyss with the goddess and the saintesses. Soon, the entire demonic abyss was completely searched. Other than the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone, there was nothing else of special value. Obviously, the valuable things were all carried by the demonic ancestor. Let's go. Let's leave this place. The saintess said. Lin Tian nodded. The three of them left the demonic abyss and soon came to a ruined mountain range. Most of the ninth dimension has been destroyed. The divine lords of the divine spirit clan are searching the entire ninth dimension. Most of the time, we are fighting in a roundabout way. The goddess said, since the secret place has been exposed, there's no need to go back. Little 10, stay here and refine the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone. The saintess and I will guard you. Lin Tian nodded. On this day, in this ruined and desolate mountain range, he began to refine the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone. 9-colored holy light surrounded his body. As he refined the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone, his essence, chi, and spirit rose little by little. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. 7 days later, he refined the Tao Comprehension Saint Spirit Stone and reached the primordial realm from the 8th dimensional realm. With a loud boom, a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared in the sky above this place, and within it there were crackling sounds of lightning. He opened his eyes and temporarily stopped cultivating. He took out the reincarnation sword and went through the tribulation together. After that, he began to cultivate again. The Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone was completely condensed from the purest saint power and Tao power in the world. It did not contain any impurities. If one refined it for cultivation, the improvement of one's cultivation base could be said to be very fast, and there would be no side effects. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Half a month later, on this day, his cultivation base stepped into the creation realm, and he attracted the creation realm heavenly tribulation. Boom! The thunder was ear-piercing and shook the world. The space in all directions became completely dark, and a destructive aura came down from the sky. Lin Tian was not afraid. He took out the reincarnation sword and faced the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 On this day, terrifying waves of lightning punishment struck down one after another. It was only after nearly 20,000 waves of lightning punishment that the heavenly tribulation of the manifestation realm finally dissipated. Rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds appeared, and streaks of rainbow-colored holy light poured down from them. With a slight thought, Lin Tian condensed the samsara sword again. He used the 7-colored holy light to temper his flesh and stabilize his cultivation in the creation realm. Very quickly, 15 minutes passed, and his cultivation base remained firmly at the creation realm. Using his divine will, he could see that the saint energy in his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. The three-dimensional world in his body had also become much more powerful. As his cultivation base was elevated to the creation realm, there was a very shocking qualitative change. Not bad. The goddess flashed over. Now that Lin Tian had stepped into the creation realm, she was naturally happy. The all-heavens saintesses smiled warmly. Lin Tian chuckled and put away the reincarnation sword. He paused and asked the goddess and saintesses, Mother, Mistress, what's so special about the 9th dimension? Where the psionic power is very dense, I can unlock the last seal on my soul root. Once his cultivation base reached the manifestation stage, he could unlock the last seal on his soul root. Once it was unlocked, it would draw in the endless psionic power within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in a short period of time, which would help him quickly improve his cultivation base. Now he had to find a place where the psionic power was relatively dense to unlock the last seal on his soul root. After that, he would definitely be able to step into the tribulation stage in just a few days. Most importantly, after unlocking the last seal on his soul root, he would be the real him at that time. There would be no doubt that he would undergo an extremely shocking transformation, whether it was in terms of pure combat strength or understanding of all things in the world. It would be at least 10,000 times stronger than it was now. Now, the ninth dimension was in chaos, and the lineage of divine spirits was extremely strong. He needed a strong combat strength as support, and he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Hearing his words, the goddess and Sanus's eyes moved slightly, especially the goddess, whose eyes were extremely bright. "Can you really unlock all the seals?" she asked Lin Tian. According to her and the celestial Thearcha's estimation, Lin Tian should have at least the cultivation base of the ninth dimension realm to unlock the last seal on his soul root. But now Lin Tian had just reached the manifestation stage, and he could already unlock all the seals on his soul root? The suppression of your potential by the final seal is greater than that of the previous 8 seals combined, she said in a deep voice. Too much potential would cause a very large burden. Once it exceeded a critical point without enough strength to bear it, it would be a devastating disaster. Therefore, at this time, she was naturally very concerned about this. "Yes, no problem." Lin Tian nodded. "In the past, with the help of Master and Mistress, I achieved the reincarnation physique. With the help of this physique, the ability to bear potential is very helpful. Now I can bear all of it." Hearing Lin Tian's affirmation, the goddess no longer had any doubts. After all, Lin Tian knew best when the seals on his soul root could be truly unlocked. She looked at the saintesses and pulled them aside. "Thank you. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you and the human king, back in the 4th dimension, my child might have—" Her eyes were full of gratitude, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The Celestial Arch and she were Lin Tian's parents, but in fact, the human king and the Sanuses were more like parents than they were. Fate is destined to be like this. The saintesses chuckled, looked at Lin Tian, and smiled gently. "Both of us like this child very much. It's not because of his potential, but because of his character." The goddess thanked them again, and then looked at Lin Tian. "Now, most of the areas in the 9th dimension are ruined, but there are still some places that are intact. There are a few special areas where the spiritual energy is very dense." Then, together with the Sanuses, she took Lin Tian and left this place, carefully concealing their auras. Not long after, they came to an immortal forest surrounded by a faint white mist. Just by standing on the periphery, one could feel the extremely dense spiritual energy. This place has many earth vein traps, and ordinary 9th dimensional cultivators don't dare to casually step in. "However, with us here, there won't be any problem for you to go in," the goddess said. Yes, she and the saintesses were both in the heaven and earth supreme realm, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to protect Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled proudly. "Mother, actually I don't need you and Mistress to protect me. With my current creation realm cultivation base, I can move freely in here," he said. "My 4th senior brother created a very amazing technique that can control the momentum of heaven and earth. In some special earth vein traps, it can even borrow the momentum of heaven and earth to fight. It's very easy to cross 2 realms to kill an enemy. With that technique, I can move freely in here." When he arrived at this place, he instantly noticed that the immortal forest was filled with earth veins. It was extremely dangerous. However, with his current creation realm cultivation base and the dragon burial scripture, he could definitely move through such a killing trap without any pressure. Moreover, in addition to the dragon burial scripture, he also controlled the 3-dimensional and 7-dimensional laws of earth, which were also very helpful. "Yes, I heard about your 9 senior brothers from your mistress. They all take good care of you. After this, I will personally thank them." The goddess smiled. Lin Tian nodded. His 9 senior brothers were really very good to him. To him, they were all like blood brothers. On this day, in this place, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were guarding him outside the immortal forest. He walked into the immortal forest and used the dragon burial scripture to open a path. Soon he arrived at the center of the immortal forest, where the spiritual energy was the densest. When he arrived at this place, he took a deep breath. With a slight thought, he slowly removed the last seal on the soul sealing root. After a few breaths, the last seal on the soul sealing root in the depths of his divine soul was completely broken and completely dissipated. In an instant, his soul sealing root shone brightly, causing his divine soul to tremble violently and become incomparably resplendent. Boom! An extremely shocking beam of light shot into the sky, almost piercing through the entire world. In the sky above his head, ancient phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another, covering the entire sky. At the same time, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, surging spiritual energy and Tao power crazily rushed over and surged into his body. Lin Tian immediately trembled. In his eyes, light was hazy and then became incomparably bright, as if he had woken up from an endless sleep. In an instant, the entire world became incomparably clear in his eyes, becoming extremely bright. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth boiled with the fluctuations. Beside his body, tens of thousands of streaks of power interweaved. Lightning rumbled in the heavens, and golden ancient patterns appeared. Raging flames suddenly appeared on their own, and a special hurricane swept out strand after strand. Then, on the surface of the earth, immortal trees grew one after another, and the territory rose and fell like waves. There was even a black halo, white holy radiance, and hazy blue radiance that interweaved together. Astonishing fluctuations of Tao power, a vigorous aura of order, and an unparalleled pressure of laws rolled over here. 9 heavens divine thunder, 9 heavens golden runes, 9 heavens immortal wood, 9 heavens earth, 9 heavens holy wind, 9 heavens burning flame, 9 heavens immortal een, 9 heavens blazing sun, 9 heavens returning to void. The all heavens saintesses were moved, and their eyes flickered violently, as Lin Tian unlocked the complete soul sealing root. At this moment, the 9 most fundamental dimensional laws of the 9th dimension actually revolved around Lin Tian on their own, jumping around and submitting to him. The goddess' eyes also flickered, but compared to the all heavens saintesses, she was much better. After all, she knew better than the all heavens saintesses how powerful her child's soul sealing root was, and that it contained a potential to withstand a complete reincarnation. Boom! In the immortal forest, holy light surged, myriad Tao power, endless order, vigorous laws, and all kinds of different forces intertwined. Chapter 2463. Within a range of hundreds of thousands of miles, billowing Holy Spirit Qi kept surging and entering Lin Tian's body. Buzz! 9 colored holy light intertwined outside Lin Tian's body, and his essence, Qi and spirit were rapidly increasing. Apart from the Tao of heaven and earth and the endless order, the 9-dimensional laws of the 9th dimension surrounded him like subjects, causing the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens to be moved. They had never seen such a scene before. Spiritual energy surged, and Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as he actively operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the spiritual energy. For a time, his essence, Qi, and spirit were rapidly increasing. At the same time, the speed of his cultivation was also increasing. In the sky, ancient anomalies of heaven and earth appeared one after another, and each of them seemed real and extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Boom! Shocking thunder rumbled, and the last seal on the soul root was undone, and its potential was completely released. The spiritual energy surging from hundreds of thousands of miles away was so dense that it allowed him to go from the creation realm to the tribulation realm in just 3 days, and at this moment, it attracted the tribulation realm. A pitch-black thunder vortex appeared in the sky, rumbling, and more anomalies of heaven and earth appeared. With a rumble, the main lightning punishment fell in the blink of an eye. As the lightning punishment passed through, everything in the surroundings immediately collapsed. The void collapsed piece by piece, and everything was destroyed. Outside Lin Tian's body, his aura was majestic. He stood still and took out the reincarnation sword to go through the tribulation. The 9 heavens' divine thunder law vibrated and surrounded his body to protect him. Only the reincarnation sword was exposed to the outside, and it was constantly being struck by lightning. Boom! 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 The lightning punishment kept striking here, and it was not until nearly 70,000 strikes of the main lightning punishment had passed that the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Lin Tian gathered the reincarnation sword again and used the power of the 7-colored auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation to temper his flesh and body and stabilize his cultivation. Boom! Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there was still surging spiritual energy and Tao power. After unsealing the complete soul root, his potential was too vast. Now his potential had not completely stabilized from its active state, so the Tao of heaven and earth was still greatly affected. The Tao of heaven and earth, the endless order, and the 9 types of laws of the 9th dimension became even more turbulent. Continue. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He put the reincarnation sword back into his body and continued to cultivate. Now that he had unsealed a complete soul root, the entire world became extremely clear in his eyes. He could instantly understand all kinds of problems on the path of cultivation. It was as simple as drinking water. With this amazing understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth, his cultivation continued of the heaven and earth. As his cultivation base rose and his essence, chi, and spirit continued to grow stronger, the worldly anomalies that appeared above the firmament became more and more shocking. The beam of light that appeared before became even more dazzling, entering the firmament with him as the center. It attracted the attention of many living beings in the vast 9th dimension. Many of them were moved, and all of them were shocked. That aura! In an ancient mountain, the demon ancestor's body was stained with blood. He looked at the place where the beam of light shot up from afar, and his eyes narrowed. He sensed this aura immediately. It was Lin Tian's aura. Looking there, his eyes kept fluctuating. Reincarnation, 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 he was mumbling, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes that could not be concealed. Reincarnation. If he could obtain this power and cultivate it to perfection one day, then he would definitely be invincible. He believed that he could even easily suppress the 10 most powerful ancestral gods of the divine spirit clan. After a pause, he secretly hid his aura and headed toward the place where the beam of light shot up. There, the beam of light was too eye-catching. He believed that some of the divine spirit clan's experts in the nearby area would definitely go there to take a look after sensing this beam of light. Then, there would be divine emperors of heaven and earth descending. When they discovered Lin Tian and Lin Tianyi's goddess, saintess of all heavens, there would definitely be a divine emperor-level battle. He secretly sneaked to that area. Perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos to suppress Lin Tian and snatch reincarnation. This was a rare opportunity. In the other areas of 9th dimension of heaven, it's not the aura of a member of our clan. Let's go and take a look. In several areas, the experts of the divine spirit clan were searching for living beings of this world. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some divine emperors of heaven and earth narrowed slightly. The beam of light, in terms of aura, was not very strong for divine emperors of heaven and earth, but it was accompanied by a series of heaven and earth anomalies. Even from afar, they could vaguely see it. This made these divine emperors very concerned. Then, in several different areas, powerful divine emperors moved one after another, heading toward the place where the beam of light shot up. Buzz! In the immortal forest, Lin Tian cultivated seriously. His essence, energy, and spirit were constantly improving, and his cultivation continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Half a day later, his cultivation went from early-stage tribulation realm to mid-stage tribulation realm. The spiritual Taoist power surrounding him was already gone. The spiritual Taoist power within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely drained by his sudden burst of potential. Boom! Thunder rumbled and pressed down at the level of tribulation realm. Every time one stepped on a small step, it would attract a shocking heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian already knew about this, so he was not surprised at all. He took out the reincarnation sword and went through the heavenly tribulation again. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly tribulation continued until nearly 100,000 rounds of the main heavenly tribulation struck down. Only then did the heavenly tribulation dissipate. Rainbow auspicious clouds appeared. He gathered the reincarnation sword again and used the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds to stabilize his tribulation realm cultivation. After that, until half an hour passed, the rainbow auspicious clouds dispersed. His cultivation was firmly at mid-stage tribulation realm, and his essence, energy, and spirit were extremely strong. The immortal forest here had been completely razed to the ground, and it was scorched black. He stood on this devastated land and looked at himself with his divine sense. The saint power in his body was majestic to the extreme, as if it was truly inexhaustible. The origin of life became brighter, like an eternal and indestructible sun that could dispel all the darkness between heaven and earth. At the same time, the most important thing was that in the depths of his divine soul, the soul root was bright to the extreme. It was completely unsealed, causing his divine soul to become extremely tough. Moreover, it caused his understanding of heaven and earth to be extremely clear. Now, everything in his field of vision, anything he could understand and comprehend at a glance. Affected by this, the three-dimensional world in his body became even more shocking, giving birth to another shocking transformation. Surpassing the 7 dimensions, his eyes were intertwined with a bright light. Now, although the three-dimensional world in his body had not perfectly integrated all the dimensional laws, as his soul root was completely unsealed, at this moment, the speed at which the three-dimensional world integrated with other dimensional laws was obviously many times faster than before. In terms of the strength of heaven and earth, it was absolutely superior to the 7 dimensions, and it was superior by a lot. The spiritual energy that existed in the three-dimensional world was no longer simple spiritual energy. It was already extremely dense, holy spiritual energy. In this world, now, in each different world, countless immortal treasures and ancient trees were growing, and it was extremely prosperous. Great! He could not help but say to himself, clenching his right fist. Now, the seal on his soul root was completely unsealed, and with the three-dimensional world in his body, he felt as if he could do anything. In the distance, the goddess and saintess of all heaven's eyes fell on him. At this moment, their eyes could not help but fluctuate. Amazing! Saintess of all heavens said. Looking at Lin Tian at this moment, even she who was at the supreme level of heaven and earth could not help but be moved. Now, Lin Tian's cultivation was at the intermediate tribulation realm, but the intertwined aura was far stronger than that of a tribulation realm cultivator. The goddess was much stronger than her, but her eyes were still fluctuating. Naturally, she could feel the strength of Lin Tian's aura at this moment. It was too amazing. The aura that naturally exuded from his body was not inferior to that of an ordinary ninth dimension expert. It was also at this moment that her eyes suddenly flickered, and she directly swept her gaze in several directions in the distant sky, her eyes narrowing. Beside her, the saintess of all heaven's eyes also flickered. At the same time, on the scorched soil, Lin Tian was also moved, and he tilted his head to look in several directions. Almost in the next moment, whooshing sounds could be heard. In the distant sky, from several different directions, a total of 18 figures rushed over and arrived at this place in the blink of an eye. All of them were wearing the special clothing of the lineage of gods, and their auras were extremely strong. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. People of the lineage of gods. Divine lords. He could feel the strength of these 18 people. All of them were heaven and earth supremes, and they were all divine lords of the lineage of gods. This caused his eyes to narrow slightly. The lineage of gods was indeed terrifying. In the entire ninth dimension heaven, there were only 10 heaven and earth supremes in total, including his master's wife, who had just become a heaven and earth supremes. However, this lineage of gods could casually send 18 experts of this level to this place. This meant that the total number of heaven and earth supremes of this lineage of gods was at least over 100. Almost at the same time, the 18 divine lords arrived and immediately saw him, the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. Goddess, saintess of all heavens, found them. Take them down. At this moment, these divine lords directly ignored Lin Tian, and their gazes fell on the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. At the same time, they launched a sky full of saint-killing techniques, which mightily suppressed the two of them. The heaven and earth supreme's coercion surged to the extreme, almost directly destroying this part of the ninth dimension, heaven and earth. Stand back first. The goddess transmitted her voice to Lin Tian, and the 9 heavens' divine thunder law rolled, causing the firmament to rumble and destructive lightning to fall straight down. Little 10, you have a very strong foundation, but your cultivation is still a long way from theirs. If you have the chance, you should escape first. The saintess of all heavens said. As her voice fell, she also moved. A special breeze swept out, and together with the goddess, pressed down on the 18 divine lords. Ninth dimension law, 9 heavens, sacred wind. Chapter 2464. 20 supremes of heaven and earth battled together. Saint energy filled the sky, suppressing all directions. Boom, boom, boom. This area was constantly rumbling, and large swaths of the void were collapsing along with it. The goddess and saintess of all heavens had mastered the law of the 9th dimension. At this moment, they attacked together, fighting the 18 divine sovereigns of the god spirit lineage. Today you will be suppressed. One of the 18 divine sovereigns said coldly. When the 18 of them worked together, their combat power was amazing. Even the goddess and saintess of all heavens could not suppress them. Lin Tian stood in the distance, his eyes intertwined with faint light. The three-dimensional world in his body shook as the rich power of heaven and earth intertwined. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling sword of heaven and earth condensed in his hand. Clang! Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and activated the sword of heaven and earth with the reincarnation sword technique. The sharp sword momentum turned into 18 killing swords. Each killing sword was aimed at a supreme-level divine sovereign. The void in all directions shattered with a crack. The 18 divine sovereigns were shocked. Their eyes narrowed as they dodged together, shattering all 18 killing swords. The power of heaven and earth. The 18 of them looked at Lin Tian and the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. One of them said. At the same time, the goddess and saintess of all heavens were also shocked. Their eyes also fell on the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. Originally, they wanted Lin Tian to retreat. They did not think that Lin Tian could deal with supreme-level divine sovereigns. After all, cultivation was the foundation. Lin Tian was only at the mid-stage of Tribulation Realm. There was still a 9th dimension between him and supreme-level divine sovereigns. Moreover, the supreme-level divine sovereigns were all much stronger than ordinary supreme-level divine sovereigns. However, as Lin Tian attacked, both of them were shocked. The power of that sword was really terrifying. Mother, Masteress, I will fight with you. Lin Tian stepped forward and said. Now that his soul root had been fully opened, coupled with the reincarnation forging spirit technique, his combat strength was far beyond what could be predicted with common sense. In addition, the third dimension heaven and earth force in his body was no weaker than the seventh dimension heaven and earth. He had the confidence to fight with these supremes of heaven and earth in front of him without any fear. Buzz! Faint golden divine light intertwined as he activated the five-dimensional indestructible law, which fell on the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens. This kind of law could enhance the strength of others to a certain extent. As the light of these laws fell on the goddess and saintess of all heavens, their auras soared. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in strength. Indestructible law, are you in control? The goddess's eyes flickered. She naturally knew about the laws of the fifth dimension. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The indestructible laws were also added to his body, causing his aura to become even stronger. In the next moment, his eyes opened. His Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny opened at the same time. The surging aura of reincarnation and destiny intertwined, causing the aura around his body to become even more shocking. Facing the 18 heaven and earth supremes of the God Spirit clan, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He activated his full strength. In an instant, the expressions of the 18 Sir Gods on the opposite side changed. Reincarnation! You were the one who triggered that beam of light and those heaven and earth anomalies earlier? You were born from reincarnation. The 18 of them all stared at Lin Tian. As Sir Gods of the God Spirit clan, high-level gods naturally knew about the power of reincarnation. In fact, they knew better than other living beings that reincarnation was the Tao of invincibility. It's no big deal to control some reincarnation. In the end, you can't control it completely, so it's meaningless. One of them said coldly, reincarnation was terrifying. It was a truly invincible power. However, that was referring to the complete reincarnation. Although it had many wonderful uses if one did not control the complete reincarnation, it was definitely not invincible in terms of power. At this moment, they could clearly sense that Lin Tian's reincarnation was still far too far away from reaching the greater mastery level. They did not believe that Lin Tian would be able to control a complete reincarnation in the future. However, after their initial shock, they no longer paid any attention to it. Back then, even their ancestor god had said that he could not control the complete reincarnation. If their ancestor god could not do it, how could a mere mortal from the lower domain do it? It was simply impossible. Not to mention the ancestor god of the deity plane in your lower domain. Even the heavenly emperors and human kings of the lower domain did not dare to touch the taboo. You, a mere tribulation realm, dare to touch it. You're really stupid and don't know what's good for you. The leader of the group spoke in a cold voice. When he mentioned the heavenly emperors and human kings, he could not help but tremble slightly. They were born from heaven and earth, and each of them had a pure divine body. They were all divine spirits, so they were incomparably arrogant. They believed that they were superior to all races and that no one in the lower domain could stop them. However, when they first stepped out of the 10 divine regions, the two men in this lower domain made them feel fear. The two strongest divine spirits of their bloodline below the ancestor, god of the 10 directions, were actually obliterated by those two with a raise of their hands. Even their invincible ancestor god was intercepted in the 10 divine regions. The ancestor god's divine might is boundless. Those two barely managed to delay the ancestor god. They will definitely be annihilated by the ancestor god very soon. Before that happens, we have to at least suppress this lower domain. When they thought of the heavenly emperors and human kings, the killing intent in these divine spirits' eyes was very strong. When they thought of the heavenly emperors, they could not help but clench their fists. After stepping out of the 10 divine regions, they could have slaughtered their way down to the lower domain in search of the 10th dimension's core, but the celestial emperor had sealed them away in the 9th dimension. The fact that the Celestial Emperor had set up such a trap before he'd gone to stop their ancestor, God, filled them with fury. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. Suppress them all. They'll all be of great use. The 18 divine spirits' voices were frosty. 18 mighty waves of holy aura interwove with each other and froze the space around them. Boundless divine might press down on the 3 divine spirits. Be careful. The goddess faced Lin Tiandao, and the 9th heaven divine lightning met the 18 divine spirits head-on. The all heavens holy maidens moved in unison, unleashing the 9th heaven divine wind to create an endless hurricane that could cut through everything. With Lin Tiandao's laws of indestructibility, the 2 divine spirits' battle prowess was doubled, and the situation was much better than before. Lin Tiandao's left eye was the eye of destiny, and his right eye was the reincarnation eye. The light of samsara and the light of destiny tumbled together, and the long river of destiny and the heavenly river of samsara surged out. He activated the sword of heaven and earth to perform the reincarnation sword technique, attacking the 18 divine spirits indiscriminately. At the same time, he moved with the reincarnation step, leaving behind afterimages in the space as he took the initiative to meet the attacks of the 18 divine spirits. He cooperated with the eye of destiny, the reincarnation eye, and the sword of heaven and earth, as well as the attacks of the goddess and the all heavens holy maidens. Now that his soul roots had been fully awakened and his cultivation had reached the tribulation realm, he had the support of the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, and the reincarnation forging spirit art had increased his battle prowess by 20 times. With all these factors combined, he was no longer afraid of ordinary supremes of heaven and earth in a head-on battle. However, he wasn't afraid of ordinary supremes of heaven and earth, but at this time he was facing the 18 supremes of heaven and earth from the divine spirit clan. Although he wasn't afraid, he was still very cautious. After all, everyone in this clan had a divine body. After reaching the supremes of heaven and earth, their strength was far beyond ordinary supremes of heaven and earth. They were much stronger than the demon ancestor. In a head-on battle, he was still no match for the lords of this clan, so he could only attack them in a roundabout way. Boom! 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 Shockingly large collisions occurred from time to time. The void was collapsing piece by piece. Lin Tian used all kinds of remarkable skills, cooperating with the goddess and the all heavens holy maidens to fight the 18 lords of heaven. The goddess and the all heavens holy maidens were at the front, while he assisted in the attacks from the rear. He moved around at extreme speed, and he took the initiative to meet the attacks that weren't life-threatening. This caused the 18 lords of heaven and earth to be slightly surprised. They couldn't understand Lin Tian's actions, and even the goddess was slightly puzzled. Only the all heavens holy maiden's eyes flickered, and she guessed something at this moment. She transmitted her voice to the goddess. Let some of the attacks that aren't life-threatening to little Ten. The goddess's eyes narrowed, and she didn't quite understand. However, she didn't ask and immediately did as she was told. This was because she knew very well that the all heavens holy maidens knew Lin Tian far better than she did. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Immediately, she summoned the 9 heavens divine thunder and cooperated with the all heavens holy maidens to meet the 18 lords of heaven. She rushed to the front, blocking some of the extremely terrifying killing moves, and let Lin Tian deal with the rest of the killing moves on his own. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand boiled. The light of samsara and the power of destiny surged with it. He cooperated with the goddess and the all heavens holy maidens to interfere with the 18 lords of heaven and took the initiative to meet the killing moves of the 18 lords of heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle caused the sky to darken and the ground to sink by at least 100 feet. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Mother Masteress stepped back. 3 days later, Lin Tian spoke, and in the blink of an eye he passed by the goddess and the all heavens holy maidens and stepped forward. Trying to be a hero? Stupid thing. One of the 18 gods said coldly. The 18 of them moved at the same time, and boundless saint power pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were deep, and strands of saint runes of order intertwined around his body. The next moment, with a boom, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, and it destroyed all the saint power that the 18 gods had summoned, causing the 18 lords of heaven to tremble in unison. The 18 of them were all shocked. At this moment, Lin Tian was like a completely different person, and his aura was too powerful. Most importantly, the aura that Lin Tian emitted was the aura of a god that belonged to them. In the back, the goddess was also moved, shocked by this scene. At this moment, Lin Tian, her child, was emitting the aura of a god, and it was far stronger than the 18 lords of heaven and earth. Let's give them a surprise. The all heavens, holy maidens, smiled gently. In front, outside Lin Tian's body, the rolling aura of a god was mighty and surging to the extreme. For the past 3 days, he had been constantly refining the attacks of the 18 lords of heaven and earth, and at this moment his power was multiplied. Absolute counterattack. Looking at the 18 of them, he said coldly, raised his right hand, and punched out. Chapter 2465. The dazzling fist light shrouded the surroundings and completely enveloped the space. The expressions of the 18 divine lords of the lineage of divine spirits changed drastically. They all put up a powerful defensive light screen to block the attack. However, it was useless. The defensive light screen was destroyed in an instant. The next moment, the multiplied divine spirit light drowned the group of people. Poof! 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 Blood mist exploded one by one. The 18 people were all shattered. Only their spiritual souls were preserved and did not decay. However, even though their bodies and souls weren't destroyed immediately, all of their souls were extremely weak. It was to the extent that they couldn't even reform their physical bodies at this moment. What did you do? What's going on? The 18 divine lords looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Their eyes were full of coldness. A mortal from the lower domain had suddenly summoned their divine spirit aura, and it was even more powerful than theirs. The goddess was also puzzled. She looked at the all heavens, holy maiden, in shock. She knew that the all heavens, holy maiden, must know something. His divine order ability can refine and accumulate all the attacks that fall on his body within a tolerable range. Then he can retaliate by multiplying the attacks, the holy maiden said to the goddess. The saintess of the all heavens said to the goddess. Back then, when she projected her psyche into the four-dimensional world, her memories of Lin Tian's divine ability of order returned to her body after her psyche dissipated. Therefore, she naturally knew about Lin Tian's divine ability of order. The goddess was shocked when she heard this. Could refine and accumulate all the attacks that fall on his body within a tolerable range, and then retaliate by multiplying the attacks? This type of technique could be said to be extremely frightening and frightening. Many times, it could display unimaginable divine effects, becoming the ultimate trump card of a sect. For example, the current battle. After 3 days, she had used the absolute counterattack to launch this punch. She could already see the outcome of this battle. On the other side, the 18 divine lords were also shocked when they heard the all heavens holy maiden's words. No wonder you took the initiative to meet our attack. One of them said coldly, "Despicable and treacherous mortal." Lin Tian swept his gaze over this person, his eyes cold and indifferent. With a slight thought, a blinding thunderbolt instantly descended from his head. Ah! The deity who spoke let out a miserable shriek as his divine soul was directly shattered into pieces. The other 17 Sir Gods were all shocked and enraged. One of their heaven and earth supreme level divine monarchs was actually killed by Lin Tian, a lower realm tribulation realm person. Retreat! One of them gritted his teeth. Under Lin Tian's absolute counterattack, just now, they managed to survive, but it was very difficult. Now, even an ordinary 8th-dimensional realm cultivator could pose a threat to them. "Can you escape?" Lin Tianling said. The Empyrean god moved, and dense thunderbolts directly descended from the heavens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 17 gods were all smashed into pieces by the unparalleled lightning. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. The goddess and the all-heavens holy maiden walked over. They looked at Lin Tian and were not stingy with their praise. 18 divine monarchs were all very terrifying. Even someone as strong as her and the goddess might not be able to suppress 18 divine monarchs, even if they worked together. At the start, they didn't have a chance to win, but now, Lin Tian actually won with a single punch. Lin Tian smiled modestly, then tilted his head and looked at a celestial mountain thousands of feet away. "Want to run after seeing this?" As his words fell, he raised his hand and condensed the sword of heaven and earth with the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth. He slashed it straight in that direction. With a clang, the sword light slashed out with the sword of heaven and earth was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached that place. Crack! The void split open, and a figure surrounded by demonic light appeared. It was the demon ancestor. The goddess and the all-heavens holy maiden were both shocked. The demon ancestor had been spying on them, and they had not sensed it at all. Thousands of feet away, the demon ancestor was shocked. He had been here for a long time and used a special secret technique to hide in the void. Even an expert like the goddess could not detect him, and even the divine lords of the god spirit lineage could not detect him. He had been spying on the battle and wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Lin Tian, but he did not expect that the 18 divine lords of the god spirit lineage would all be killed by Lin Tian in the end. He was shocked because of this. After the battle began, he was prepared to leave, but he never expected that Lin Tian would actually notice him. He had used a special technique to hide there. Even the supremes of heaven and earth could not detect him. So how could Lin Tian discover him? How did he do it? Lin Tian could naturally see what the demon ancestor was thinking. He said coldly, "Do you think my Rinnegan is just for show?" Although the path of reincarnation did not have a great advantage in battle before it was fully cultivated, it had many wonderful uses. Now he had control over 80% of his reincarnation. Under such circumstances, his Rinnegan had undoubtedly become stronger. He could truly see through everything. How could the demon ancestor hide under his Rinnegan now? It was impossible. When the demon ancestor had just arrived, he had already discovered him. It was just that he had not paid attention to the demon ancestor during the battle with the 18 divine lords. Now that the 18 divine lords had been killed, it was the demon ancestor's turn. Reincarnation. The demon ancestor's face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Tian's Rinnegan, gritted his teeth, and left the vast demonic light that filled the sky. Now Lin Tian was very strange. In addition, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were stronger than him. Moreover, he had been severely injured by the goddess. Naturally, he did not dare to face Lin Tian, the goddess, and the saintesses of all heavens head-on. He could only escape. Lin Tianling snorted. He used the reincarnation steps and stopped the demon ancestor in an instant. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand slashed down mercilessly. In a head-on battle, I can't deal with the supremes of the lineage of divine spirits, but it is enough to deal with you now. He said coldly. Everyone in the lineage of divine spirits had a pure divine body, and their combat power was terrifying. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to win if he faced the supremes of the lineage of divine spirits head-on without the help of others. However, he could definitely deal with the demon ancestor, who was at the bottom of the supremes of heaven and earth and had been severely injured by the goddess not long ago. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the sword of heaven and earth shook, forcing the demon ancestor to retreat. "Junior, don't be too arrogant." Without the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, I can kill you with one finger." The demon ancestor said coldly. He had seen Lin Tian's order superpower before and knew how strange and terrifying Lin Tian's order superpower was. However, previously the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens had faced the 18 divine emperors of the lineage of divine spirits head-on for 3 days. Lin Tian had spent 3 days preparing a killing technique to succeed. If the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens weren't there, he wouldn't have cared about Lin Tian at all. He thought he could suppress Lin Tian with just a lift of his hand. "Is that so? Why don't you give it a try?" Lin Tianling said coldly. As his words fell, lightning intertwined beside him, and golden patterns appeared. Blazing flames appeared, and astral winds were rampant. Immortal Een lingered, and blazing yang appeared. The ground trembled in the next moment, and special immortal vines rushed up against the sky. Blue light appeared in the void, and strands jumped. Such a scene made the demon ancestor tremble involuntarily, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You! At the same time, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were also moved. 9 heavens divine lightning, 9 heavens golden pattern, 9 heavens immortal wood, 9 heavens earth, 9 heavens sacred wind, 9 heavens burning flame, 9 heavens immortal Een, 9 heavens blazing yang, 9 heavens returning to void. He's mastered all of them. When did this happen? The saintesses of all heavens' eyes flickered. After a pause, they seemed to recall something. It's when he unsealed all of his soul roots. At that time, previously, when Lin Tian unsealed the last layer of seal on his soul roots, the 9-dimensional laws of the 9th dimension automatically manifested. Now that she thought about it, Lin Tian must have mastered the other 8 types of 9th dimension laws, except for the 9 heavens divine lightning at that time. The goddess' eyes shone brightly, and she was both surprised and delighted. She had spent hundreds of thousands of years to master one of the 9-dimensional laws of the 9th dimension. Now her child had mastered all 9 types of 9th dimension laws after ascending to the 9th dimension not long ago. She was very happy. The demon ancestor gritted his teeth in shock and fear. Since ancient times, only the celestial emperor and the human king had mastered all of the 9th dimension laws of the 9th dimension. Now Lin Tian had done it too. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, he vaguely saw the shadows of the celestial emperor and the human king behind Lin Tian. For a moment, his divine soul trembled, and he immediately fled again, not daring to stop in the slightest. With a whoosh, a vast demonic light filled the sky. He directly tore open the black hole in the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his Rinnegan saw through everything. Whoa! Beside him, 9 types of 9th dimension laws leaped and gathered toward the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. Then 8 types of 8th dimension laws of the 8th dimension manifested. 7 types of 7th dimension laws of the 7th dimension appeared. 6 types of 6th dimension laws of the 6th dimension intertwined. 5 types of 5th dimension laws of the 5th dimension. And 4 types of 4th dimension laws of the 4th dimension appeared together and gathered toward the sword of heaven and earth. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword momentum spread out from the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, suppressing the world. Die! Saying this word coldly, he raised his hand. His Rinnegan saw through everything, and he gently but powerfully slashed down with the sword. In an instant, the boundless void collapsed, and the demon ancestor was forcibly shaken out of the void. His eyes were wide open, and then he shattered with a puff, exploding under the sword. Even his divine soul was destroyed. The place became completely silent for a moment. The goddess's beauty shocked the world. At this moment, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, and then immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Great! She walked over and hugged Lin Tian very happy. Although the demon ancestor had been severely injured by her before, he was still a supreme of heaven and earth. But now he was actually killed by Lin Tian with a single sword. This made her, as his mother, very proud. "Little Ten, you're amazing." The All-Heavens goddess also spoke. Lin Tian smiled modestly, not proud at all. Chapter 2466. His soul root was completely unsealed, and his cultivation had reached the tribulation realm. Now, Lin Tian felt that he had a lot of inspiration for his understanding of reincarnation. At this moment, he was ready to go into seclusion for a short period of time to comprehend and deepen his understanding of reincarnation. The goddess and saintess of all heavens naturally agreed to this. The lineage of divine spirits was terrifying. Now, to defeat this lineage and the 10 ancestral gods, Lin Tian could only rely on his reincarnation. Immediately, the 3 of them left this place. Not long after, they stepped into a relatively hidden mountain range. Lin Tian found a mountain cave, with the goddess and saintess of all heavens guarding him. He immediately began to comprehend. Buzz! Strands of light intertwined on the surface of his body. The reincarnation light lingered, sacred, vast, and majestic. As time passed, this reincarnation light became thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months passed. 3 months later, the essence, energy, and spirit outside his body became extremely strong. His cultivation had reached the peak of tribulation realm from the middle stage. He temporarily moved hundreds of thousands of miles away, passed a new round of heavenly punishment, and returned to his previous place to comprehend reincarnation again. Then, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The reincarnation light outside his body became extremely thick. On this day, he had mastered 90% of reincarnation. It was also at this moment that his consciousness abruptly appeared in a vast and hazy large world. Within it, the ground was covered in yellow sand at times. A sea of blood surged at times, a myriad of demons howled at times, and the sky trembled at times. All sorts of scenes were constantly changing. Gradually, an enormous millstone appeared in this vast and hazy large world, and it slowly revolved above the sky. It seemed to have existed before heaven and earth, and seemed to support the operation of heaven and earth. An ancient aura rushed to his face. In an instant, Lin Tian's mind buzzed. A confused and obscure feeling appeared in his heart. It seemed to be something above the will of heaven and earth, causing his sea of consciousness to boil and his spirit to tremble. In the hazy world, the huge millstone rotated and heavenly music echoed in his ears. It was like a heavenly song. It was like a song that buried the heavens. In the next moment, the hazy world gradually blurred and dissipated. His consciousness returned to his body, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Cold, sweat dripped from his forehead. Even his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. His spirit and body were ice cold. What happened? The divine ladies and saintesses were moved and came to greet him. Lin Tian took a deep breath and paused for a moment before replying, "I'm fine." "Are you really all right?" The goddess frowned. Just now, Lin Tian's reaction was a little strange. The all-heavens saintesses also looked at Lin Tian. "I really didn't. I'm fine." Lin Tiandao. His control of reincarnation had reached 90%, and he was only 10% away from mastery. It was also at this stage that a great technique gradually appeared in his heart. It was a technique that existed before the world, and he finally understood why the mastery of reincarnation was said to be invincible. Just thinking about that great technique made him tremble involuntarily, and his soul went numb. Once that level of technique was unleashed, it could truly change the heavens and the earth. It would only take a single thought to obliterate the heavens and the earth. However, he had only mastered 90% of the reincarnation cycle, so he could not use the Grandmaster technique. He had to master the reincarnation cycle to the highest level. "Oh, it's good that you're fine." The goddess listened to his words and saw his expression. Although she was still a bit confused, she didn't ask. "Coming out now?" the All Heavens Saintesses asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "I want to break through to the ninth dimensional realm first." Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the tribulation realm, and he was only a small step away from the ninth dimensional realm. Once he stepped into the ninth dimensional realm, his battle strength would increase significantly. Therefore, he wanted to raise his cultivation to the ninth dimensional realm first. The goddess and all heavens saintesses naturally agreed to this. They already knew about Lin Tian's many trump cards and the existence of the three-dimensional world in Lin Tian's body. At this stage, once Lin Tian's cultivation reached the ninth dimensional realm, with a completely unsealed soul root, coupled with the three-dimensional world energy in Lin Tian's body, his battle strength would most likely not be inferior to theirs. After that, he would be able to kill the ordinary heaven and earth supreme divine lords of the divine spirit clan. Therefore, it was naturally the right choice to let Lin Tian step into the ninth dimensional realm first. Immediately, the two of them stood guard for Lin Tian, and Lin Tian continued to stay in this place and cultivate in seclusion. As the Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, strands of nine-colored holy light intertwined from the surface of his body and began to gradually grow stronger. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. 3 months later, on this day, a thunderous roar came from the sky, and a thunderous vortex opened. After 3 months of seclusion and wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, he stepped into the ninth dimensional realm on this day. The soul root has been completely unsealed. This cultivation speed, the all heavens saintesses exclaimed. In less than a year, relying on his own cultivation and without the help of any heavenly treasures, he had reached the ninth dimensional realm from the middle of the tribulation realm. This speed was far superior to that of the human king and the celestial emperor of the past. There was a qualitative difference. Boom! Thunder rumbled, exploding in the sky. Within the thunderous vortex, black lightning was rampant, like a destructive dragon. It was horrifying. A destructive aura came down from the sky. This time, Lin Tian did not leave this place. After the goddess and all heavens saintesses retreated a sufficient distance, he directly began to undergo the ninth dimensional tribulation here. Boom! The main lightning punishment was immediately suppressed. He took out the reincarnation sword. As he underwent the tribulation, the lightning punishment struck down one after another. It did not end until half a day later. 7-colored, auspicious clouds condensed. He reformed the reincarnation sword and used the power of the auspicious clouds to stabilize the ninth dimensional realm. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and the auspicious clouds dissipated. He raised his hand and reassembled the reincarnation sword. After that, he used his divine sense to examine his body. He immediately felt his current strength. It was far from what he could compare to when he was in the tribulation realm. He had undergone a huge qualitative change. The three-dimensional world in his body had become stronger than before. Good, he muttered to himself. At this time, his cultivation had reached the ninth dimensional realm. Coupled with the completely unsealed soul root and the three-dimensional world in his body, he was not afraid even if he faced an ordinary divine sovereign of the god spirit clan. He could fight head-on and even kill them. "Mother, Master!" He opened his mouth and looked at the goddess and all heavens saintesses in the distance. He was about to step over, but in the next moment his eyes suddenly focused. He held the reincarnation sword, and with a backhand slash, intertwining a large number of reincarnation sword force and spreading it into the distance. The sword hummed, and in the blink of an eye, it streaked across thousands of feet and broke through the void, shaking 3 figures out of the void. "Young man, don't move. We're on the same side." The 3 of them were surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. One of them spoke. Lin Tian looked at the three of them and frowned slightly. Then he looked at the goddess and all heaven's saintesses. Nihility, divine flame, Luo Long in the distance, the goddess and all heaven's saintesses were moved. The three of them were Supremacy Nihility, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long. They were all supreme beings of the ninth dimension. "What's the matter?" the goddess said with a calm expression. She did not have a good impression of the three of them. Back then, it was these three, the demon ancestor, and another supreme of heaven and earth who had died when the god's spirit clan stepped out. The five of them ignored the warning of the mighty sage from countless years ago and opened the door from the ninth dimension to the 10 divine realms without permission, causing the god's spirit clan to step out and wreak havoc in the ninth dimension. It could be said that the war that had lasted for thousands of years was caused by these few people. Beside her, the all-heaven saintesses had an indifferent expression. They did not have a good impression of the three of them either. "The two of you, it was indeed our fault in the past. We have realized it from the beginning. However, it has already happened, and we can't do anything about it." Among the three of them, Supreme Luo Long smiled apologetically. He looked at the goddess and all heaven saintesses and said, "Now that the god spirit clan has stepped out as the current strongest force in the ninth dimension, I think we should work together to fight. Yes, we have deeply realized our mistake back then, and now we want to make up for it." Divine Flame Ancestor also smiled apologetically and said, "The Heavenly Emperor and Human King have restrained the 10 ancestral gods in the 10 divine realms and are doing their best to buy time for us to fight. Now, we should work together to deal with the God Spirit Clan. With the strength of the five of us and some strategies, we can take down the God Spirit Clan one by one. We might have a chance to eradicate them completely." "That's right, Goddess. You are the strongest among the five of us. With you as the leader, we really have a chance of winning." Sovereign Void smiled apologetically and said, "Back then, we opened the door to the 10 divine realms without permission because we wanted to become stronger. We didn't expect the warning to be true. We. He sighed and said, "We want to atone for our sins. We can only be at ease after defeating all the gods who have stepped into the ninth dimension." Looking at the goddess and all heaven saintesses, the three of them smiled apologetically, and the guilt on their faces deepened. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses looked at each other and narrowed their eyes. Although he didn't have a good impression of the three of them, the five of them were indeed the strongest force in the ninth dimension. In the battle against the divine spirit faction, it was indeed better for the five of them to work together than to fight separately. "Seniors, look over here." Lin Tian suddenly spoke. Sovereign Void, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long subconsciously looked in Lin Tian's direction when they heard him. In an instant, their gazes met Lin Tian's Rinnegan, and they trembled. "You!" The three of them stiffened as they met Lin Tian's Rinnegan. Their eyes suddenly became hazy. Strands of reincarnation light wove around Lin Tian's body as he opened his right eye and used a special soul-searching technique. After learning that these people had opened the 10 divine realms, he was very worried about them and used 90% of his reincarnation power to search their souls. This was a soul-searching technique that was even more powerful than the purgatory of reincarnation and had an astonishing suppressive power. When using this technique, others wouldn't even be able to sense that their memories were being read. In the blink of an eye, 7 breaths passed. Sovereign Void, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long's bodies trembled slightly as they broke free from Lin Tian's soul-searching technique. They were shocked and angry, and their eyes were filled with shock. "Rinnegan, you control reincarnation." Chapter 2467. Unable to find anything to say, he could only apologize. Sorry. Up until now, the dragon owed a total of 3 chapters, and the Dragon Queen took the time to make up for it. Once again, please forgive me. Chapter 2468. The sharp sword radiance swept out and enveloped Honorable Void, the divine flame ancestor, and supreme Luolong. The three of them were shocked and retreated at the same time to avoid the sword. Junior, what are you doing? How dare you? The three of them looked at Lin Tian and shouted angrily. Lin Tian had suddenly attacked them. The goddess and saintess looked at Lin Tian. They knew that Lin Tian wouldn't attack them for no reason. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly pulled out a mental imprint. It was a memory that he had forcibly searched through with his Rinnegan. It was a conversation between the three of them and a few Sir Gods. They were going out to look for the goddess and the saintess of all heavens, pretending to form an alliance with the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. They were going to secretly suppress the two when they were unprepared and bring them to the lineage of God spirits. After that, they could become members of the lineage of God spirits. With the help of the lineage of God spirits, they could turn into pure, godly bodies. The expressions of the Venerable Void, the divine flame ancestor, and supreme Luolong changed when they saw this. You! The three of them looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. How did Lin Tian know about this? This was their top secret. The divine lady and all heaven saintess were enraged, their eyes cold. The demon ancestor was in front of us, and now you're behind us. You're all bastards. The goddess' voice was cold. In the sky, rolling thunder immediately enveloped the three of them. Countless years ago, they ignored the warning of the mighty figures in the 9th dimension of heaven and opened the door to the 10 divine realms without permission, causing the lineage of gods to step out of the 10 divine realms. Countless creatures in the 9th dimension of heaven suffered, and the world below was facing the threat of destruction at any time. Now, they were plotting against them like the demon ancestor and wanted to join the lineage of gods. Die. A cold word came out of her mouth, bringing with it an undisguised killing intent. Boundless lightning instantly pressed down. Goddess, stop. Ah. Screams were heard immediately. The 9 heavens' divine lightning was mighty, and in an instant the 3 supremes were shattered. Even their divine souls were annihilated. Death is not to be regretted, the goddess said coldly. Lin Tian couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her extremely beautiful mother was truly enraged this time. Her battle prowess was truly terrifying. She actually managed to kill the Void Sovereign, divine flame ancestor, and supreme Luolong in an instant. Now that he had comprehended the 9th level of reincarnation and his cultivation had reached the 9th dimensional realm, he wanted to use these 3 people to test his combat prowess. But in the end, he didn't even have the chance to do so. The 3 of them were instantly killed. Very powerful indeed. The goddesses looked at the goddess and then at Lin Tian. This time, it's all thanks to Little Ten again. Otherwise, we would have been fooled. Previously, I really did think that the 5 of us would join hands to suppress the God Spirit clan. She said, is that the new ability of Rinnegan? Is it the ability to forcibly search their spiritual seas just now? Just now, the Venerable Void, the Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luolong were all absent-minded for about 7 breaths. After that, Lin Tian learned their secret, which could only be learned through soul-searching. She guessed that at that time, Lin Tian used the special ability of the Rinnegan to forcefully search the spiritual seas of the 3 Supremes, and then found out about that matter. Lin Tian nodded and replied, Yes, mistress. The anger in the goddess' eyes dissipated, replaced by a smile. She hugged Lin Tian again and said, You're indeed my child. You're amazing. Lin Tian chuckled. Just as she was about to say something, a beam of light suddenly rushed over from afar and landed in front of the goddess. The holy light flashed slightly and then disappeared in a flash. Immediately, the goddess' expression changed, and a hint of anxiety appeared in her eyes. Let's go to the cave of isolation. Hearing this, the goddesses were also moved. Let's go. The goddess was a little anxious. She said something to Lin Tiandao, and the three of them immediately headed to the northern area of this place. This made Lin Tian suspicious. After meeting her mother, this was the first time she had seen her mother so anxious. She paused and asked, "Mother, what happened? What's the Cave of Isolation?" "That's the place where an elder who lived much longer than your father, mother, me, and your master lives in seclusion. People call him Elder Wu. The place where he lives in seclusion is called the Cave of Isolation." The goddess was a little anxious. Beside her, the goddesses helped to explain, "Back then your mother and father were both indebted to that elder. After the lineage of God stepped out, due to some special reasons, that elder stayed in the Cave of Isolation and did not participate in the battle. Your mother set up many restrictions there to prevent the lineage of gods from discovering it. But now," Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard this. "He lived much longer than his parents, master and mistress? Moreover, his parents were indebted to that elder?" In an instant, he understood why his mother was so anxious. It seemed that the restrictions that his mother had left in the Cave of Isolation were about to be broken. The beam of light just now should have been a distress signal from the Cave of Isolation. Immediately, his heart constricted slightly, and his expression became heavy and worried. After all, that elder had been indebted to his father and mother. In other words, his entire family was indebted to that elder. He, the goddess, and the goddesses moved extremely quickly. The goddess tore open several spatial portals and traveled through the 9th dimension with her pinnacle strength. Soon, they arrived in front of an uninhabited desert and stepped straight into the center of the desert. Looking around, the space in the middle of the desert was completely broken, like glass that had been shattered. There were many large spatial cracks, and one could see that there seemed to be a small world inside. There were all kinds of ancient trees and immortal mountains intertwined, but most of them were broken. There was a very shocking fluctuation of saint energy coming from the depths, and the aura of gods was very strong. The goddess did not say anything and rushed in front. Lin Tian and the goddesses of the heavens followed closely behind. Soon, a valley appeared in front of them in the small world. There were many restrictions outside, and most of them were broken. An elder stood in the valley. His hair and beard were white, and his face was ruddy. His expression was very serious, and he cooperated with the many restrictions to resist the attacks of the 7 figures outside the restrictions. The 7 of them were surrounded by a shocking aura. They were all divine lords of the lineage of gods. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the 9th heaven divine thunder was mighty. The goddess was immediately moved, and endless thunder came crashing down. The 7 divine lords were all enveloped in it. Lin Tian knew immediately that this elder was Elder Wu, who had helped his parents. He attacked together, and the 9th heaven divine Thunderlaw appeared, and together with the goddess 9th heaven divine Thunderlaw, attacked the 7 people. At the same time, the goddesses of the heavens also attacked together. The 9th heaven divine Wind Law was mighty, and it surged toward the 7 people. The 7 divine lords were moved. They immediately slashed out a large amount of divine light and dodged at the same time, retreating hundreds of feet away. "Who?" one of them said coldly. At the same time, within the restriction, Elder Wu's expression changed, and his serious expression relaxed. "Senior, are you okay?" The goddess led the goddesses of the heavens and Lin Tian, crossed the restriction in an instant, and appeared in the valley. She was the one who set up the restriction, so she could naturally pass through it at will. "Senior, long time no see." The goddesses of the heavens also spoke. Elder Wu's cultivation was at the 9th dimensional realm. He looked at the goddess and the goddesses of the heavens and said apologetically, "Xinyi, Huanyu, I have troubled you." The goddess shook her head. "Senior, you are too polite. How can this be trouble?" The goddesses of the heavens also spoke. They were very respectful to this 9th dimensional realm elder. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Only now did he know the real names of his mother and master's wife, Xinyi and Huanyu. "Goddess, Goddesses of the heavens! A cold voice rang out. Outside the valley, outside the restriction, one of the 7 divine lords of the god spirit race spoke. He looked coldly at the goddess and the goddesses of the heavens. Another person looked at the goddess and said coldly, I felt your aura in the restriction here before. It is indeed related to you. There were still some restrictions outside the valley. The goddess ignored the 7 people and looked deeper into the valley. She asked Elder Wu-wei, the little girl was not affected, right? She's fine. The restriction you left behind has not been completely broken, and the little girl was not affected or disturbed. Elder Wu-wei smiled. His expression was very gentle, like an old grandfather leading the family. That's good. The goddess was completely relieved. She let out a long sigh of relief. After a pause, she pulled Lin Tian over from the side and introduced Lin Tian to Elder Wu-wei. Then, she introduced Lin Tian to Elder Wu-wei. Greetings, Senior. Lin Tian bowed deeply with a respectful expression. Although it was the first time they met, this old man was someone his father, mother, master's wife, and master respected very much. Elder Wu-wei was moved. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. He reached out and helped Lin Tian up. His eyes were filled with obvious shock. You and little Tian's child? When did this happen? The old man was shocked. He had never heard of this before. Back then, it happened suddenly. Due to some special reasons, we sent him to the lower world. It wasn't until recently that he ascended to the 9th dimension from the lower world. The goddess explained. I see. The old man understood. He pulled Lin Tian as if he was looking at his own grandson. His eyes were very bright. Good child, good child. Outside the restriction, the 7 divine lords of the god spirit races' faces darkened. The goddess ignored them. The goddesses of the heavens, Elder Wu-wei and Lin Tian, also ignored them. Disrespectful to the gods. A bunch of traitors. One of them said coldly. A large amount of killing light interweaved and slashed toward the restriction outside the valley. The restriction shone brightly, but the light gradually dimmed. It was obvious that it would be broken soon. The goddess tilted her head and looked at the 7 people. Her eyes were cold. The 9th heaven divine lightning interweaved around her body as she walked out of the restriction. Mother, let me do it. At this moment, Lin Tian pulled her. The goddess's eyes moved slightly. You do it? Can you do it? The saintesses of the heavens were also moved. Elder Wu-wei's expression changed slightly. Little Lin, don't be rash. Chapter 2469. Senior, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. Lin Tian said to Old Man Wu-wei, then looked at the goddess. The goddess paused for a moment, then pointed a finger. A beam of light entered Lin Tian's forehead. It was the method to pass through the restriction. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the 7 divine lords outside the restriction. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of the restriction. The 7 divine lords of the divine spirit clan all had powerful auras. They looked at Lin Tian, their eyes flashing. That man's descendant, one of them said, his voice cold. Take him down. Just now, the 7 divine lords had heard the goddess's words and learned that Lin Tian was the descendant of the celestial emperor and the goddess. Immediately, they revealed extremely cold expressions. Outside of the 10 divine realms, the one they hated the most was the celestial emperor. With a rumble, a majestic Saint Aura roared. One of them immediately made a move, grabbing at Lin Tian. Foolish mortal, the person said coldly. A mere 9th-dimensional cultivator dared to fight against divine spirits at the level of heaven and earth supremes, and even wanted to fight against 7 of them alone. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His eyes instantly changed. The eye of destiny and the eye of reincarnation opened at the same time. The reincarnation forging divine art, which could increase one's combat power by 20 times, was activated immediately. Then, in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. He activated the teleportation ability of the Eye of Destiny and instantly moved behind the divine spirit who attacked him. He raised his right hand, and the light of reincarnation and destiny intertwined at the tip of his fist. He performed the reincarnation fist. With a boom, the powerful punch was extremely fast. The divine spirit who attacked him had no time to dodge. The punch landed firmly on his head. Poof! Blood splattered as the divine spirit's head exploded. White brain matter splattered all over the void. At the same time, Lin Tian opened his fist, and the light of reincarnation intertwined between his fingers. He grabbed the divine spirit and suppressed it. This attack was completed in an instant. Everyone's expression instantly changed. Lin Tian, who was in the 9th dimensional realm, had shattered a heaven and earth sovereign in an instant and suppressed his spirit body. Moreover, there was another thing that made the few Sir Gods and Old Man Wu of God spirit lineage shrink their pupils. Rinnegan. Reincarnation. The deities and in action Old Man's gazes all landed on Lin Tian's Rinnegan and the reincarnation light. Lin Tian actually controlled the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! The divine sovereign, whose divine soul had been suppressed by Lin Tian, burst forth with a monstrous soul light as he tried to break free. However, it was useless. Golden runes of the 9 heavens intertwined around Lin Tian, causing his soul to tremble violently, and he let out a muffled groan. Mortal seed, let go! The eyes of the 6 Sir Gods darkened as they spoke coldly. They were too surprised. In this vast world, there was actually someone who could control the cycle of reincarnation. With the cultivation of the 9th dimensional realm, he had suppressed one of them in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he faced the 6 without saying anything. The reincarnation light and the light of providence intertwined, and the golden runes of the 9 heavens became denser. The other 8 dimensional laws also intertwined at the same time, completely enveloping the suppressed divine sovereign's divine soul and then entering his body in the next moment. Uft! With a soft sound, the divine sovereign's divine soul was immediately shattered. In the valley, Old Man Wu-wei's eyes couldn't help but fluctuate. Lin Tian actually controlled all the 9th dimensional laws and the cycle of reincarnation. A heaven and earth sovereign level Sir God was killed just like that with the cultivation of the 9th dimensional realm, as expected of the descendant of Yu and Little Tian. Such strength is the same as Little Tian back then, sweeping through everything. The old man sighed. The goddess chuckled. Her child was praised by someone she respected, so she was naturally very happy. She paused for a moment and said to the old man, "His master is the human king." The old man's expression changed slightly. He looked at the goddess, and then looked at the saintess beside her. He couldn't help but laugh. The father is the emperor, and the master is the king. Good, good. Outside the valley, outside the restriction, the 6 Sir Gods of the God Spirit clan were furious because one of their clansmen had been killed. Now that they heard the goddess's words and learned that Lin Tian was the disciple of the human king, they became even more shocked and furious, and the coldness in their eyes became even more intense. Kill him. One of them gritted his teeth. The 2 simple words were especially heavy, and the coldness and killing intent were extremely strong. If there was one person in the God Spirit clan who hated the Celestial Emperor as much as they hated the Celestial Emperor, that person was undoubtedly the human king. The Celestial Emperor and the human king made them hate and fear them. Now that they saw that Lin Tian was the descendant of the Celestial Emperor and the disciple of the human king, their hatred for the Celestial Emperor and the human king was all transferred to Lin Tian, and killing intent was revealed. Boom! 6 terrifying holy auras immediately spread out, and the divine spiritual auras intertwined and pressed down on Lin Tian. A terrifying hurricane swept through the area, and it tore apart the void. Lin Tian naturally felt the shocking pressure, but he was not afraid at all. He used the reincarnation steps and moved forward instead of retreating. The Eye of Destiny's teleportation ability was used again, and he appeared behind one of the deities in a flash. Just like before, he punched towards the deity's head. Despicable thing. Don't think that a sneak attack like before will work, the deity said coldly, and he quickly turned his head. He gathered his divine spiritual power and turned it into a sword, which he slashed towards Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian's body disappeared again, and he used his teleportation ability again. In an instant, he appeared on the other side of the deity, making it difficult for the deity to dodge. The violent punch landed steadily on the deity's head. With a poof, a bloody light flashed. Lin Tian raised his hand and captured the deity's soul, suppressing it in his palm. "Let go!" A cold voice sounded, and the other 5 deities rushed forward at the same time. Lin Tian tilted his head, and the eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. This caused the 5 deities to tremble, and their vision became hazy. At this moment, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded, and Lin Tian wielded the reincarnation sword technique. Together with the reincarnation light, the light of destiny, and the 9 types of 9th dimensional laws, they enveloped the 5 deities in sword radiance. Poof, 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 poof. The 5 deities were penetrated by the sword radiance at the same time. Lin Tianyi suppressed the deity's soul of a Sir God with one hand, and the sword of 3-dimensional heaven and earth formed in his other hand. The sword aura was frightening, and it clanged loudly. With a poof, it penetrated the deity's soul that was suppressed. With a poof, the deity's soul was instantly shattered, and he was destroyed by the sword of 3-dimensional heaven and earth. At this moment, the other 5 Sir Gods who were affected by the eye of reincarnation regained their senses at the same time, and they were all shocked. Another Sir God from their lineage had been killed by Lin Tian. Human! One of the deity's voice was extremely cold, and his killing intent was bone-chilling. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand clanged loudly. "I'll send you on your way." He only said these 5 words, and in the next moment his combat power was fully unleashed. The power of 3-dimensional heaven and earth boiled, and the sword of heaven and earth condensed all the dimensional laws, enveloping the 5 deities in it at the same time. Boom! 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 The powerful saint energy was vast and mighty in this place, and in the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. In an hour, blood kept splashing in the void, and one deity after another was killed by the sword. In the blink of an eye, there was only one deity left. This deity gritted his teeth, and he was shocked and furious. He was frightened by Lin Tian's combat power, and he wanted to leave. However, in the face of Lin Tian, who had summoned the 3-dimensional heaven and earth and had the eye of destiny, this deity couldn't escape at all. Even if he rushed into the void tunnel, it was useless. He was locked on by Lin Tian with the eye of reincarnation, and then killed with a sword with all his strength. For a moment, this place became extremely quiet. "This is really—" Old man Wu Wei's eyes kept fluctuating. With the cultivation of the 9th dimension, he killed 7 deities of heaven and earth in an hour. In his understanding, this kind of combat power was not even comparable to the celestial emperor and human king of the same cultivation back then. Outside the valley, Lin Tian dispersed the sword of heaven and earth and stepped back into the valley. The battle with these 7 deities could be considered as a test of his current strongest combat power, and he was quite satisfied. With his current cultivation and the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, it was not difficult to kill ordinary deities of heaven and earth. In fact, he could even kill a paragon godly monarch with his current cultivation and Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny if he caught his opponent off guard. Not bad, the goddess praised. Very strong. The all-heavens saint smiled. Old Man Wei looked at Lin Tian and said with emotion, "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Lin Tian chuckled and stood quietly by the side. The goddess perfected the restriction here and then looked at the old man. "Senior, let's go and see the little girl." Old man Wu Wei nodded and immediately led the goddess and the other 2 into the valley. Lin Tian followed at the side, slightly curious. There was a little girl here. Who was it? It seemed that his mother cared about her very much. Old man Wu led the way, and soon arrived at the depths of the valley. A sea of flowers appeared in front of them, and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. In the middle stood a block of ice about 10 feet tall, and a little girl in a purple dress was sealed in it. The little girl was about 6 years old, and she was very cute. Lin Tian was slightly moved. Was this the little girl his mother mentioned? She looked much prettier than Ruoxian of the same age. If she grew up, she would probably be comparable to Wu Yi. Little Tianyin. The goddess walked closer and looked at the little girl with some heartache. When will it be resolved? It depends on the will of the heavens. Old man Wu sighed. I have been working hard all these years, but unfortunately there is still no way. The all heavens, Saint did not speak and sighed slightly. Lin Tian tugged at the corner of the all heavens Saint's clothes and asked softly, Mistress, what's the situation here? This scene piqued his curiosity. Chapter 2470. Special energy? Even master and father can't solve it? Lin Tian was shocked. As for how strong his master and father were, although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he knew clearly from the rumors. Even the terrifying lineage of gods was extremely fearful. Only the 10 ancestral gods could defeat the 2 of them. However, his master and father, who were so powerful, couldn't solve the special energy in the little girl's body? The all-heavens Saintess nodded and said, The reason why Senior Wu hasn't left this place is because he has been guarding little Tianyin. Little Tianyin can't leave this place and must be guarded by someone. At the same time, he is also working hard to find a way to solve the special energy in little Tianyin's body. After all, little Tianyin can't be sealed in this sky ice forever. Little Tianyin used to have a very good relationship with your mother, even better than her biological mother. Since she was 3 years old, she often pestered your mother to play. She said. Lin Tian immediately understood. No wonder his mother cared so much about this little girl. It turned out that they used to have such a good relationship. Special energy, he muttered to himself and paused. Let me see. As his voice fell, strands of reincarnation, Tao patterns, intertwined in his right eye. The next moment, he opened his reincarnation eye and looked at little Tianyin in the sky ice. He saw that there was a blood-colored energy in little Tianyin's body that enveloped the entire life origin. Part of it had seeped into the life origin, while the other part was still. Obviously, the special heavenly momentum and the eternal sky ice here had temporarily restricted this energy. This energy seems to be, he frowned. The goddess, the all-heaven saintess, and old man Wei looked at his reincarnation eye and obviously knew that he had seen that kind of energy. Your father said before that it's an energy that transcends yin and yang, the 5 elements and the Tao. Ordinary means can't deal with it and can only temporarily freeze it. The goddess sighed. Lin Tian was moved. When he saw this special energy with his reincarnation eye, he felt that it was very special and didn't belong to any energy in the known category. It seemed to have transcended the primordial yin and yang, the 5 elements, and all the Tao. However, even so, there were strands of light intertwining in his eyes. Well, although it's just a feeling, I feel that I can obliterate this energy, he said. The goddess, old man Wu, and saintess all changed their expressions. Shao Lin really. Old man Wu was pleasantly surprised. This special energy was something that even the celestial emperors and human kings found difficult to solve. How could Lin Tian have a solution? Really? Goddess also asked. The all-heavens saintesses also looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Sure, Lin Tian nodded. As he spoke, he walked in front of the heavenly ice that sealed little Tianyin. He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. Strands of reincarnation light intertwined from his body. Together with the Rinnegan, they surged into little Tianyin's body. This was no ordinary reincarnation light, but his reincarnation origin. With the eye of samsara, he could see the special energy in the other party's body. Instinctively, he felt that his samsara origin should be able to destroy it. He used his reincarnation eye to observe the special energy in little Tian Yin's body. Then he used his reincarnation origin to suppress this special energy. Wisps of reincarnation origin continuously surged out from within his body and pressed down on the special energy within little Tian Yin's body. The moment they made contact, the special energy vibrated and seemed to be resisting. However, it quickly began to be defeated and destroyed. "It works," Lin Tiandao said. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. His reincarnation origin could absolutely suppress and obliterate this special energy. He immediately took out more reincarnation origin, and wisps of it surged into little Tian Yin's body. This caused the special energy entangling her life origin to be constantly destroyed. Moreover, it also shattered the special energy that had entered her life origin. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. In an hour, he had taken out a lot of reincarnation origin and finally completely destroyed the special energy in little Tian Yin's body. Then he retrieved all the reincarnation origin. His reincarnation origin had destroyed the special energy in little Tian Yin's body, but it did not dissipate. "It's done," he said. "It's done." Old Man Wei was a little surprised. Even the goddess and the all heavens saintesses were no exception. They immediately probed with their divine consciousness and discovered that the special energy in little Tian Yin's life origin had completely disappeared. They could no longer detect it. "It's really done." The three of them were surprised and pleasantly surprised, especially Old Man Wei, whose eyes were filled with excitement. It was also at this time that little Tian Yin's eyelids twitched a few times in the heavenly ice and her eyes opened. It was a pair of exceptionally beautiful sapphire-like pupils. Her eyes were a little hazy, but they soon became bright. "Tian Yin." Old Man Wei was pleasantly surprised, and so were the goddess and the all heavens saintesses. The goddess waved her hand and directly broke the heavenly ice, bringing little Tian Yin out. "Little one, long time no see." After breaking the heavenly ice and bringing out little Tian Yin, the goddess was very happy. Little Tian Yin had been sealed for too long. Little Tian Yin was 6 years old when she was sealed. Now that she was being carried by the goddess, she did not look sad at all. Her sapphire-like big eyes were very clear. She wrapped her little arms around the goddess's neck and appeared very happy. Xianyi's mother. Lin Tian immediately widened his eyes. Xianyi's mother. What's going on? However, he was shocked for a moment, but the next moment he felt relieved. He recalled what the all heavens saintesses had said to him before. When Tian Yin was 3 years old, she had a very good relationship with her mother, even better than her biological mother. She would often stick to her mother. Therefore, this form of address was just a form of intimacy which was very normal. Tian Yin. Old Man Wu Wei was very excited. He took little Tian Yin from the goddess's hands, and tears involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This was his biological granddaughter, who had been sealed here since she was 6 years old. She could not move or speak, and completely relied on the energy of heaven and earth to sustain her life. Now that she could finally speak and move again, how could he not be excited? "Grandpa, don't cry." Little Tian Yin was only 6 years old when she was sealed in the heavenly ice, and she had not grown up. Now she was only 6 years old, but she was very mature. She stretched out her little hand and carefully and gently wiped the tears from Old Man Wu Wei's eyes. "You're still as obedient as before." The all heavens saintess smiled. After so many years, little Tian Yin had recovered. She was naturally very happy. "Aunt Yu." Little Tian Yin looked at the all heavens saintess and called out sweetly. Lin Tian watched from the side. This little girl was indeed very obedient, gentle, and natural. "Tian Yin, come." At this moment, Old Man Wei pulled little Tian Yin to Lin Tian and introduced Lin Tian to little Tian Yin. "This is Lin Tian. He was the one who wiped out the special energy in your body and saved you. He's the child of your mother, Shini. Little Tian Een looked at Lin Tian, and her sapphire-like eyes widened a little. They sparkled and were very beautiful. She walked to Lin Tian, took Lin Tian's right hand, and held it in her hands. She looked up at Lin Tian, and her big eyes were very clear like a little wife. "Thank you, husband." Lin Tian was stunned. Then he trembled in fright and pulled his hand back. "Husband? What's going on?" He looked at the goddess, the All-Heavens Saintess, and Old Man Wei. The All-Heavens Saintess covered her mouth and chuckled. "Didn't I tell you before? Little Tianyin and your mother have a very good relationship. When they were playing together, she said that if Shini's child was a boy, she would marry him. Your mother also agreed, and your father didn't have any objections." She smiled and said, "Well, how should I say this? Little Tianyin is your fiancé." Lin Tian stared at the goddess. "There was such a thing." "Yes, it's like this." The goddess didn't feel embarrassed at all. She smiled and said, "She's indeed your fiancé." Lin Tian's eyes widened even more. "That's what you said when you were playing. Is that true?" He finally understood why Tian Yin called his mother Shini's mother. It wasn't purely because they were close, but because she called her as a daughter-in-law. Although it was said when we were playing, it wasn't a joke. It was true. The goddess rubbed little Tianyin's head and said to Lin Tiandao, "Marry her after a while." Lin Tianji felt like his head was going to explode. "Mother, don't mess around. She is only 6 years old. If Wu Yi and the others know that I married a 6-year-old girl, they'll beat me to death." "You're wrong. Strictly speaking, little Tianyin is older than you. When she was born, you weren't there yet. It's just that she was sealed in the heavenly ice and didn't grow up." The goddess corrected him and said, "Also, I heard from your master's wife that those girls are very gentle." Lin Tian was speechless. Being gentle was normal. Who would be gentle when they were angry? Jiyu and Sushu might be better when they were angry, but he knew Wu Yi. She usually wasn't angry, but when she was angry, she could scare people to death. "Little Ten, be good. This is something that was decided a long time ago. You have to marry her. Moreover, little Tian Yin is a beauty. When she grows up, she won't lose out to Wu Yi." The All-Heavens Saintess said with a smile, "Speaking of which, your master also arranged a marriage for you. That girl is called Yenya, right? She helped you a lot, so you have to marry her together. That girl won't have any objections. Wu Yi and the others won't have any objections either. Master's wife knows this. Or rather, they know that it was your master who arranged the marriage for you. In fact, they already treat her as one of them. They're always together." Lin Tian opened his mouth and felt like crying. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing amount of saint energy vibrated, and the small world shook along with it. Large cracks appeared in many places, as if a super earthquake had occurred. Then, in the next moment, there was another boom, and the entire large world began to collapse. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. The goddess and the others also frowned. "Leave this place," the goddess said. Immediately, the goddess took little Tianyin, and the group moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they left the small world and appeared in the desert outside. In front of them, a dozen figures stood together. Each of them was surrounded by an extremely astonishing aura. The person in the lead was a heaven and earth supreme. His aura was extremely shocking. The 10th Divine Lord. Chapter 2471. Lin Tian looked at the leader of the group of gods, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This person was also at the heaven and earth supreme level, a divine lord of the divine spirit lineage. However, in terms of aura, he was much stronger than the divine lords he had encountered before. The saintess of all heavens said in a low voice, "In the divine spirit lineage, there are 10 extremely terrifying people under the 10 ancestral gods. They are called the first divine lord, second divine lord, third divine lord, fourth divine lord, fifth divine lord, sixth divine lord, seventh divine lord, eighth divine lord, ninth divine lord, and 10th divine lord. She said, "The first divine lord and second divine lord died at the hands of your father and master. The other 8 are still here, and they are all extremely strong. They are far stronger than ordinary divine lords." As she said this, her expression was very solemn. Facing the 10th divine lord of the divine spirit lineage, she was no match for him. Even someone as strong as the saintess was helpless. "Later, Huan Yu and I will work together to hold him back. You take little Tian-Yin and Senior away and find a chance to escape." The saintess transmitted her voice to Lin Tian. The god spirit lineage was very strong, not to mention the top 10 god lords. Even if it was the top 50 god lords, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, it was still possible for her to barely resist them, and by time for Lin Tian, Old Man Wei, and little Tian-Yin to escape. She looked at the saintess of all heavens. The saintess of all heavens naturally understood and immediately stepped forward. Wisps of holy light surrounded her. "Together, I will try to use absolute counterattack to deal with him, just like before." Lin Tian shook his head. Naturally, he was unwilling to leave. "This divine lord is qualitatively different from those you have encountered before. His level is too high. Your absolute counterattack won't be effective." The saintess shook her head. "How do you know if you don't try?" Lin Tian Ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to move. His Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny opened at the same time and condensed a 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth. All the dimensional laws were fully manifested and pressed down on the other party in a mighty manner, enveloping the other gods as well. Rinnegan. Behind the 10th divine lord, the other deities were all in the 9th dimensional realm. At this moment, all of them were visibly moved. The 10th divine lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and they became even more profound. He didn't seem to have done anything, but a halo of light immediately intertwined. With a bang, Lin Tian was knocked away horizontally, and Lin Tian staggered back dozens of feet. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses immediately flashed over. Old Man Wei also appeared in front of Lin Tian with little Tian-Yin. "I'm fine." Lin Tiandao. As he said this, his gaze turned solemn. The 10th divine monarch of the divine spirit clan was truly terrifying. Even with his fully activated soul root, 9th dimensional realm cultivation base, 90% reincarnation cycle, and the 3-dimensional world in his body, he was still no match for the 10th divine monarch. Seeing that Lin Tian was fine, the goddess said, "Don't be impulsive. This is not a head-on battle." Clang! The holy light clanged, and the sound of swords rang out. The 10th divine lord made his move, and the holy light enveloped all 5 of them. "Senior, take little Tian-Yin and retreat first," the goddess said to Old Man Wei. With a gentle force, she pushed Old Man Wei and little Tian-Yin to the back. Then, she used the 9 heavens divine thunder law to meet the 10th divine lord. The 9 heavens divine wind law circled around the body of the all heaven saintesses. As the goddess made her move, endless holy power surged. The 2 types of 9th dimensional laws landed majestically in front of the 10th divine lord. The surrounding void was annihilated in large swathes. Then Lin Tian also made his move. All the dimensional laws were displayed together, and together with the 3-dimensional world sword, he slashed out a sword aura that broke the sky and obliterated everything. The 10th divine lord didn't move, and his eyes were indifferent. With just a slight movement of his eyes, everything was obliterated. He happened to pass by this area and sensed that there were a few divine auras that suddenly dissipated, so he came here. He didn't expect to meet the goddess and all heaven saintesses. These 2 were the wives of the celestial emperor and the human king respectively, and they were extremely valuable. Moreover, What he didn't expect even more was that he actually met a human who had mastered reincarnation in this place. With a rumble, majestic holy power manifested outside his body. He didn't move, but there was a holy light pressing down on the three of them. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately used all his holy power techniques to summon the heavenly river of reincarnation and the great waterfall of fortune to meet the attack. At the same time, the goddess and all heaven's saintesses attacked together, using all kinds of magical powers and techniques to attack the 10th Divine Lord. However, it was useless. When all the attacks landed in front of the 10th Divine Lord, they were all crushed by his aura in the blink of an eye. "All of you are very valuable," the 10th Divine Lord said indifferently. The 10th Divine Lord spoke. His voice was indifferent, as if he was a high and mighty emperor. Boundless holy light turned into giant handprints of holy power that grabbed at Lin Tian, the goddess, and the saints of all heavens, sealing off the space around the three of them and suppressing them. The three of them attacked, using their most powerful magical powers and secret techniques to meet the attack, but for a moment they were all a little flustered. The 10th Divine Lord was simply too strong. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart rang out as the other 10 gods of the 10th Divine Lord moved. While the 10th Divine Lord was suppressing Lin Tian, the goddess, and the all-heaven saintesses, they all rushed toward Old Man Wu and little Tian Yin, their majestic holy power suppressing all directions. Old Man Wu was at the end of the 9th dimension, and he was the first to meet the attack. His aura was majestic, but the 9th dimensional experts of the Divine Spirit Clan were all extremely powerful. Even though Old Man Wu was at the peak of the 9th dimension, he was no match for a dozen gods of this level. In the blink of an eye, he began to retreat. The boundless divine aura pressed down mightily, enveloping Old Man Wu and little Tian Yin in it, with undisguised cold murderous intent. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his left eye of destiny trembled slightly. He activated his teleportation ability and instantly appeared in front of Old Man Wu and little Tian Yin. His right Rinnegan trembled slightly, causing more than 10 9th-dimensional deities to tremble and fall into the samsara, purgatory illusion, killing technique. All of them immediately let out miserable shrieks without any symptoms. In the next instant, they all collapsed and died. Everyone's divine soul was crushed by the samsara, purgatory illusion, killing technique. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Tian asked Old Man Wu. I'm fine. Old Man Wu smiled. Just now, under the joint attack of the 10 gods, he had suffered some injuries, but they were not serious. Little Tian Yin, who was wearing a purple dress, was like a little angel that had fallen to the mortal world. She held Lin Tian's hand and said, "Thank you, husband." She looked at Lin Tian. Her big eyes were very beautiful and clear, and there was no trace of fear or shock in them. Don't call me husband." Lin Tian corrected her. Little Tian Yin was slightly startled. She tilted her head and said, "But husband is husband." Lin Tian wanted to cover his face and said, "Don't be like this. If you act like this, I'm simply being called husband by such a small girl." He couldn't help but feel like a beast. "Actually, Tian Yin is older than you. She's not a child." Little Tian Yin said, "However, if husband doesn't mind, Tian Yin will grow up to the size of a normal girl in another 10 years. At that time, husband can marry Tian Yin." Lin Tian was embarrassed. Little Tian Yin could tell what he was thinking at once. Boom! Saint energy surged. In front, the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses were constantly pushed back by the 10th Divine Lord's attack. "Take Senior Wu and little Tian Yin away. Don't be stubborn." The goddess transmitted her voice again. "Little 10, listen to me. Let's go." The all-heaven saintesses also said, "After you leave, it will be easier for us to escape." Lin Tian was naturally unwilling. He looked at Old Man Wu and said, "Senior, please take little Tian Yin away first." Now, although his cultivation base was in the ninth dimensional realm, he definitely had the battle prowess of a supreme being. However, Old Manwë only had the battle prowess of a ninth dimensional realm expert. If he stayed in this place, he would not be of any use. Therefore, it was better to leave first. "No one can leave," the 10th Divine Lord said indifferently. Lin Tian had killed more than 10 of his ninth dimensional compatriots, but there was no change in his expression. There wasn't the slightest trace of anger or coldness. Inside his body, even more turbulent saint energy swept out. The aura of a god was turbulent, and it directly sealed off the surroundings. Furthermore, at the same time, even more saint energy surged out and pressed down on everyone in a mighty manner. Lin Tian protected Old Manwë and little Tianyin as he waved the three-dimensional sword in his hand to meet the attack. At the same time, his heart seemed to be incomparably heavy and his brows furrowed. This 10th Divine Lord was really a little terrifying. Now he was just standing in place and had such power with his mind. He was really too strong. Almost at the same time, in this boundless desert, the faint sound of a flute rang out. It was as gentle as warm water. Lin Tian suddenly trembled violently, and the aura he emitted began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a volcano had erupted in his body, and the saint energy in his body continued to explode. Suddenly he was moved. He was surprised and happy, and he raised his head to look outside the desert. Outside the desert, Wu Yi, dressed in snow white, appeared silently. She walked over while playing the flute. At the same time, the saintess of all heavens was moved. "Wu Yi! Wu Yi!" The saintess was shocked when she saw Wu Yi. Her gaze fell on Wu Yi. She's from the saintess of all heavens. She learned many things about Lin Tian in the four-dimensional world, so she naturally knew about Wu Yi. At this time, her gaze fell on Wu Yi. She was first surprised, then delighted. This was her daughter-in-law, and she was very beautiful. So beautiful. Little Tianyin whispered, and her big, sapphire-like eyes couldn't help but blink. "She's almost comparable to Mother Xianyi." Wu Yi played the flute, dressed in snow white. She looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Her appearance made the desert seem a little brighter. 3 days ago, she had reached the 8th dimensional realm in the 8th dimension. After settling down Ruoxian and the others, she stepped into the 9th dimension. Relying on the reincarnation origin that belonged to Lin Tian in her body, she sensed Lin Tian's location and came here at this time. The 10th Divine Lord tilted his head, and his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Without saying anything, a murderous aura swept toward Wu Yi. Chapter 2472. The holy light was cold and carried a murderous aura as it annihilated the surrounding space. Wu Yi played the flute calmly without any change in expression. In the next moment, a faint light flashed and Lin Tian appeared beside Wu Yi and smashed the holy light into pieces with a slap. "Little Yi, you came just in time." He smiled. Wu Yi ascended to the 9th dimension and played the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. At this moment, his combat strength instantly soared by hundreds of times. Wu Yi's gaze was gentle, and she didn't say anything. She just smiled and nodded. The reincarnation tribulation crossing song resounded throughout the desert like a primordial sacred sound that cleansed the world. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 10th Divine Lord again with a slight smile. His left eye was destiny and his right eye was reincarnation. He took a step forward and disappeared from Wu Yi's side in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the 10th Divine Lord and punched him. Boom! There was a muffled sound. This time it was just a simple punch, but the fluctuations it caused were much stronger than before. The 10th Divine Lord's eyes narrowed slightly and he made his first move. He raised his hand to meet Lin Tian's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided and the surrounding space was completely annihilated. With a muffled thud, the 10th Divine Lord was blasted away and retreated dozens of feet. This scene shocked the goddess, Old Man Wu and little Tianyin. This, the goddess revealed a look of shock. Previously, she, the saintesses, and Lin Tian had joined forces to attack the 10th Divine Lord, but they had been completely unable to do anything to him. The 10th Divine Lord hadn't even moved from the beginning to the end. But now Lin Tian had actually forced the 10th Divine Lord to take action and sent him flying with a single punch. Wu Yi is here. The saintess smiled. She knew about Lin Tian and Wu Yi's situation very well. She created 2 techniques for Little Ten to target his reincarnation origin: the Reincarnation Forging Soul Technique and the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song. Only she and Little Ten can use them. Now, Little Ten has refined the Reincarnation Forging Soul Technique, and she played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song, making Little Ten hundreds of times stronger than before. The goddess was moved. She had never heard of such a thing before. This girl, Old Man Wu, was also shocked. Creating 2 special techniques that targeted a person's life essence, and when used together, could increase a person's battle prowess by several hundred times. Even in the 9th dimension, only the celestial emperors and human kings could accomplish such a feat. Little Tianyin's sapphire-like eyes sparkled. She stared at Wu Yi without blinking. Boom! In the distance, Saint Energy rumbled. The 10th Divine Lord steadied himself and looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes grew colder. Then he looked at Wu Yi, who was playing the flute in the distance. "To be able to force me back, you guys are not bad," he said coldly. At this moment, these words were not only directed at Lin Tian, but also at Lin Tian and Wu Yi, because at his level of cultivation, he only needed a single glance to see that Lin Tian's sudden change was directly related to Wu Yi. Then his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Divine shadows appeared and slashed at Wu Yi again. He could see that Lin Tian's sudden change was related to Wu Yi. In such a battle, the most effective way was to get rid of Wu Yi first. The divine shadows were densely packed. It was an amazing, remarkable power. They were very fast, and everything in their path was destroyed. Lin Tian knew what the 10th Divine Lord was planning. He waved his hand and created a sky full of reincarnation sword force. It was mixed with the light of reincarnation. It shattered all the divine shadows summoned by the 10th Divine Lord and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Then, in the next moment, he took the initiative to move. His eye of destiny trembled slightly, and he used his teleportation ability. He appeared in front of the 10th Divine Lord and punched him like before. Boom! The great void trembled and immediately shattered into pieces. With the combination of the Reincarnation Calamity Overcoming Song and the Reincarnation Forging Spiritual Art, his strength in all aspects increased by hundreds of times. Coupled with his fully opened soul root and the 3-dimensional world in his body, he was now completely fearless of the 10th Divine Lord. The 10th Divine Lord frowned. His attack on Wu Yi was fruitless. He faced Lin Tian's punch without any carelessness and raised his hand to meet it. "Then I'll kill you first." Accompanied by a cold voice, divine spiritual light spread around him and wrapped around his right hand. He also punched out. The 2 collided with a boom and immediately shattered the great void nearby. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Lin Tian's eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. He used the Reincarnation Purgatory Illusory Killing Technique and summoned a Reincarnation Blood Sea at the same time. The Reincarnation Blood Sea surged and seemed to be able to destroy everything. The 10th Divine Lord Spirit was pulled into the Samsara Purgatory Illusion Killing Technique. Facing the endless evil spirits, his eyes were cold and indifferent. In an instant, he shattered the Samsara Purgatory Illusion Killing Technique. Then, with a backhand slap, he faced the Samsara Blood Sea that was pressing down from behind. With a whoosh, the Reincarnation Blood Sea immediately collapsed. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This 10th Divine Lord was indeed terrifying. Clang! In his hand, the 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth condensed. His aura became even more terrifying as he slashed out with the sword. Following this sword, all kinds of dimensional laws met the attack together. The 10th Divine Lord was moved. This time, both his hands moved together and formed a special seal. He summoned a sacred ancient beast to meet the attack. The ancient beast was very strange. It was as if it was real. With a low roar, it rushed up and met the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth and the various dimensional laws. The two collided again. Crack! 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 The surrounding great void collapsed. For a time, wind and sand swept up and cracks appeared on the ground. Lin Tian did not stop. He met the 10th Divine Lord and moved again. He held the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth and condensed all the dimensional laws that he had mastered into the sword of heaven and earth. He used it to perform the reincarnation sword technique that he had created. The reincarnation sword light that filled the sky intertwined like rain. Every sword light seemed to be able to easily crush ordinary supremes of heaven and earth. Such a scene caused the goddess's gaze to fluctuate. Such an attack was too shocking. She was far from being able to compare. The faint sound of the flute drifted through the desert. It didn't sound any different to her ears, but after learning everything from the All-Heaven Saintesses, she knew that it was the sound of the flute that had caused Lin Tian to undergo a metamorphosis. "This is great," she muttered to herself. Her gaze fell on Wu Yi. Her eyes flashed. Wu Yi was very quiet. He stood quietly in the distance. As the reincarnation tribulation crossing song floated out, his gaze was always on Lin Tian. Boom! 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 Frightening saint energy continued to spread, and the desert continued to be destroyed. Lin Tian fought the 10th Divine Lord of the lineage of gods alone. With the help of Wu Yi's reincarnation tribulation crossing song, although his cultivation was only in the 9th dimension, he did not fear the 10th Divine Lord at all. Now, with the help of the reincarnation tribulation crossing song and the three-dimensional heaven and earth, he completely had the ability to fight the 10th Divine Lord head-on. The completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. It was his king's territory, which he had not used for a long time. The aura of a god and saint immediately spread out, covering half of the sky here, and pressed down on the 10th Divine Lord. The 10th Divine Lord frowned. His hands continuously formed seals, and a destructive god slaying sword condensed above his head. He slashed it down directly. The two collided, and the sky was filled with destructive light. However, they were still evenly matched. Lin Tian's heart sank. The 10th Divine Lord was indeed terrifying. Originally, with his current combat strength, he was able to kill an ordinary Divine Lord. However, now, with the help of Wu Yi's reincarnation tribulation crossing song and the three-dimensional heaven and earth in his body, he was still unable to gain the upper hand and could only fight to a draw. This really shocked him. However, while he was secretly shocked, the 10th Divine Lord opposite him was even more shocked. In the divine spirit lineage, apart from the 10 ancestral gods, he was the 10th strongest. He could wipe out an ordinary heaven and earth supreme with just a thought. But now he was facing Lin Tian, a human cultivator who was only at the 9th dimensional level, and he had not been able to suppress him even after such a long time. It should be said that you are indeed worthy of being able to control reincarnation. Compared to ordinary mortals, there is a qualitative difference. Looking at Lin Tian, the 10th Divine Lord said coldly, "You are not bad either. You are much stronger than an ordinary Divine Lord. Just like you said, there is a qualitative difference." Lin Tian said calmly. The two stood hundreds of feet apart, and in the next moment, they moved again and charged at each other. An intense battle broke out once again. Boom! 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 The two collided, and all kinds of divine light and holy splendor filled the air. All kinds of secret techniques collided, and blood splattered everywhere. There was Lin Tian's blood, and there was also the 10th divine, Lord's blood. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 days passed. Human, you are indeed very strong, extremely strong. In terms of pure strength, you are even stronger than your celestial emperors and human kings. However, this is enough. On this day, the 10th divine Lord opened his mouth, and his voice was cold. Inside his body, traces of strange light intertwined, showing 3 different colors. The 3 colors intertwined and immediately emitted a kind of vigorous law fluctuation. With the appearance of this fluctuation, the other dimensional laws around Lin Tian, except for reincarnation, became chaotic. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change. This was the 10th dimensional law. At the same time, the goddesses and saintesses were also shocked. They all felt the terror of this law. It was too strong. Seal the heavens. The 10th divine Lord said coldly, like an emperor who looked down on all things in the world. When these 2 words came out, the sky trembled violently. Lin Tian instantly felt his spirit become extremely cold. He could survive even without air, but at this moment he inexplicably felt that the air was so thin that he was about to suffocate. The blood, meridians, and Saint Qi in his body all seemed to be covered by extremely cold ice and snow. At this moment, they began to gradually solidify, and his consciousness became unclear. This caused his spirit to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth, and his right eye, the Rinnegan, trembled. Boundless reincarnation light erupted from his body and shrouded his entire body. It forcefully pushed away the 10th divine Lord's law aura, and then he swayed and retreated hundreds of feet away. The 10th divine Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of surprise in them, as expected of reincarnation. You haven't cultivated it to full completion, and logically speaking, you shouldn't have any advantage, but he didn't finish his words and attacked again. The 3 colors of holy splendor intertwined, and the law fluctuations boiled. It was more turbulent than before, and at least 3 times stronger, and once again pressed toward Lin Tian. Chapter 2473. Lin Tian's expression changed as he faced the 10th divine Lord's 10th dimensional nomological laws. He used all his strength to support his reincarnation and quickly dodged. The light of reincarnation was vast and mighty, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the 10th dimensional nomological laws. Boom! With a loud bang, the light of reincarnation dissipated, and Lin Tian was blasted away. The blood and qi in his body tumbled like boiling water. However, at the same time, the 10th divine Lord's 10th dimensional nomological laws were also blasted away. Very good. The 10th divine Lord said coldly, and the heaven-sealing nomological laws became even stronger as he attacked Lin Tian again. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly as he carefully observed and analyzed the 10th divine Lord's 10th dimensional nomological laws. At the same time, he used the light of reincarnation to block the attack. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed, and Lin Tian was blasted away again and again. Not bad. Not bad at all. With your 9th dimensional cultivation and incomplete reincarnation, you can actually block the heaven-sealing nomological laws for so long. Looking at Lin Tian, the 10th divine Lord spoke, and his eyes became even colder. However, that's enough. Let's end this. As his words fell, the heaven-sealing nomological laws outside his body boiled and were directly pushed to the limit at this moment. The heavens and the earth instantly became deathly silent. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing. The boundless heaven-sealing nomological laws pressed down on Lin Tian mightily, and the air was frozen and annihilated along with wisps of it. Retreat! The expressions of the goddess and the all heavens, saintesses, changed at the same time. They could naturally feel the terror of the 10th divine, Lord's attack. Old man Wu Wei's expression also changed. Little Lin, retreat! Little Tian crossed her fingers and held them together. Her sapphire-like eyes were clear as they fell on Lin Tian without blinking, and there was an inexplicable conviction in her eyes. In the distance, the faint sound of a flute was vast and mighty. Wu Yi played the flute calmly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Her eyes were full of trust. Boom! At this moment, the boundless heavens sealing nomological laws pressed down on Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that the light of reincarnation around Lin Tian's body dissipated, and his eyes intertwined with divine light of 3 colors gushed out. The dense fluctuations of laws intertwined and met the 10th divine Lord's heaven-sealing nomological laws. When the two collided, there was no shocking rumbling sound, only an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction pervading the air and dissipating from each other. The divine Lord's expression, for the first time. Lin Tian's heaven-sealing nomological laws, heaven-sealing nomological laws. At the same time, the expressions of the goddess, the all-heaven saintess, and old man Wu Wei also changed greatly, none of them able to say a word. Tian Yin, S4th laws, heaven Tao's heavens. The sound of the flute reverberated throughout the desert. Wu Yi was still as calm as ever, without a trace of emotion. Seal the heavens, seal everything, condense everything. Now that he had unsealed all the seals on his soul root, his understanding of all things in the world was too strong. Apart from reincarnation, as long as he wanted to, he could quickly comprehend the essence of other things and control them. He watched as the 10th divine Lord used the 10th dimensional heaven sealing nomological laws. After 2 hours, he finally mastered them. At first, the heaven-sealing nomological laws aura outside his body seemed a little weak, but it soon grew stronger. Impossible! The 10th divine Lord's voice was low and filled with disbelief. The 10-dimensional laws of the 10 divine regions were only mastered by the ancestral gods and their top 10 divine sovereigns. Each of them had spent more than 100,000 years to master the laws of the 10 divine regions, and it was hard to describe how much effort they had put in during that time. But now, a 9th-dimensional realm human from the lower realm had actually mastered the laws of the 10 divine regions in just 2 hours. It was hard for him to accept. He couldn't accept it. Boom! Outside his body, the 10th dimensional heavens sealing nomological laws boiled and surged violently, becoming even more terrifying and intimidating than before. The sky lost its color, completely suppressed by the heaven-sealing nomological laws. Lin Tian was fearless. With the 3-dimensional world as his support, he activated the reincarnation tempering mind technique, together with Wu Yi's reincarnation tribulation crossing song. He also used the heaven-sealing nomological laws to meet his opponent head-on. Boom! 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 The same 10th dimensional heaven sealing nomological laws continued to collide. The two were once again evenly matched, and neither could gain any advantage. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. After 3 days, both of their auras had weakened, and their saint powers were almost exhausted. The 10th divine Lord's eyes darkened. He paused for a moment, then immediately retreated. Young human, you're very good. I'll remember you. After saying this, he left into the distance. Now, in the battle with Lin Tianyi, he had used his strongest trump card, the heaven-sealing nomological laws. But Lin Tian had secretly learned it. Now that he was evenly matched with Lin Tian, it was still impossible for him to suppress Lin Tian if the battle continued. However, although he could not suppress Lin Tian, his saint powers were constantly being depleted. Once his saint powers were truly exhausted, Lin Tian's side would still have supreme existences like the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. At that time, if the two of them attacked together, he would be killed right there and then. Based on this situation, leaving now was the best choice. You can't leave. Lin Tian spoke. The 10th dimensional heaven sealing nomological laws condensed into the heaven sealing divine sword, blocking his opponent's path of retreat. In the next moment, strands of saint runes of order intertwined outside his body. With a boom, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body, exuding an incomparably rich divine aura, suppressing the heavenly force here. The 10th divine Lord's expression changed again. After controlling the heaven-sealing nomological laws, Lin Tian actually exuded a divine aura at this moment. Moreover, it was his own divine aura, and it was even stronger than his own. In the distance, old man Wei was also shocked to see Lin Tian exuding a divine aura at this time, and his eyes were full of shock. The goddess and the saintess of all heavens understood. It's that sex order divine ability. In the past few days, during the course of the battle, he has been continuously using it. The goddess was surprised, shocked, and pleasantly surprised. I have to say, little Ten has absolute talent in the path of battle. He is worthy of the heavenly emperor's bloodline. The saintess of all heaven smiled. Boom! The divine aura surged. Outside Lin Tian's body, saint runes of order intertwined. It was as if a divine volcano had erupted at this time, and the aura was extremely terrifying. For the first time, the 10th divine Lord revealed a look of horror. His expression changed completely, and he fled again with extreme speed. At this time, Lin Tian made him feel the fear of death for the first time. With a whoosh, his speed was extremely fast, and he rushed far away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian did not pursue. Samsara saw through everything. He raised his right hand slightly and then gently blasted out. In these 6 days, he had secretly refined and accumulated all the killing nomological laws that the 10th divine Lord had blasted at him with order divine ability, and at this time he exploded. Absolute counterattack. Boom! The firmament roared and the world trembled. The brilliant fist light drowned out everything. There was no scream. With a poof, the 10th divine Lord directly collapsed. His physical body turned to ashes, and his spirit body also collapsed. His body and spirit were destroyed. In an instant, the place became quiet. This is really... Old man Wu was stunned. The 10th divine Lord of the divine spirit lineage was killed by Lin Tian, just like that. The Samsara Tribulation Crossing song disappeared, and Wu Yi stopped playing the flute. Lin Tian's aura suddenly weakened like the tide. Outside his body, the order divine runes disappeared, and in a flash he appeared beside Wu Yi. Where are Ruoxian and the others? Aren't they with you? She asked Wu Yi with a smile. No, Wu Yi said softly. She felt that it was better for Ruoxian and the others to be in the 8th dimension now. Lin Tian nodded and said a few words to Wu Yi. Then he pulled Wu Yi to the divine lady and the others. Wu Yi, long time no see. You're still so beautiful. The all heavens divine lady said with a smile. Masteress. Wu Yi opened her mouth. Her words were as short as usual. The all heavens divine lady's appearance was the same as Qing Xian's when she projected her soul in the 10th dimension, so she naturally recognized her. And this was Lin Tian's masteress, so she naturally called her masteress. With a swoosh, the divine lady flashed over and took the initiative to take Wu Yi's hand. Her eyes were filled with joy. Wu Yi. Wu Yi's eyes moved slightly. Lin Tian had once shown her the divine lady's appearance, so she naturally still remembered. Seeing the divine lady now, she was a little surprised. My mother, Lin Tian said from the side. As for Wu Yi, he didn't introduce her to the divine lady, because the divine lady had already learned everything from the all heavens divine ladies. Wu Yi opened her mouth, paused for a moment, and said, Mother. Her voice was soft. She wasn't good at such a scene. Yes, good girl. The divine lady held Wu Yi's hand. Not only was this daughter-in-law beautiful, but her strength was also impeccable. No one could stop her from helping Lin Tian. Naturally, she was very happy. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, we might have all died here today. She wasn't being polite. She was telling the truth. If Wu Yi hadn't arrived today and played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song for Lin Tian, no one here would be able to resist the strength of the 10th Divine Lord. They would all be suppressed. Truly amazing. Old man Wu sighed. This ancient existence didn't have a hierarchy in his heart, and he never looked down on the creatures of the lower dimensions. However, he knew that the creatures of the lower dimensions were qualitatively different from those of the upper dimensions. However, Wu Yi, who was born in the 4th dimension, shocked him. It was difficult to find a person like her in the 9th dimension. Little Tianyin's gaze fell on Wu Yi. There was a little light in her eyes. Sister Wu Yi, you're so beautiful. Strictly speaking, she was actually older than Wu Yi. However, she who had yet to grow up was only 6 years old at the end of the day. Naturally, she could not call Wu Yi younger sister. That would be rude on the surface. Wu Yi's gaze fell on little Tianyin. Her gaze was very gentle. She said softly, "Thank you. You're also very beautiful." Little Tianyin had a very sweet smile on her face. Then she looked at Lin Tian. She was waiting for Lin Tian to introduce her to Wu Yi. Lin Tian naturally understood her gaze. He instantly felt a headache. How was he going to tell Wu Yi about this? Chapter 2474. Facing little Tianyin's gaze, Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He was rather submissive and even seemed to be trembling with fear. He used more than 10 breaths to introduce Yao Tianyin to Wu Yi and then added, "This has nothing to do with me. I definitely don't have such thoughts. Really, you have to believe me." Although Tianyin wasn't really 6 years old, she still looked like a 6-year-old, so he really couldn't accept it. I don't think I've seen you so afraid of anyone before." The Saintess of the All Heavens said with a teasing tone. Lin Tian. Wu Yi's expression didn't change at all. She looked at Lin Tian, then at the Saintess, and then at little Tianyin. "Since Mother has agreed to this before, there's nothing to object to," she said softly. "However, Tianyin can only marry me when she grows up." Lin Tianwei was stunned. She approved so easily? Even he didn't approve of it. Little Tianyin was very happy. Just like how she held Lin Tian. She held Wu Yi's hand with both hands. "Thank you, big sister." She held Wu Yi's hand with a very obedient and sweet smile. The Saintess looked at Wu Yi and liked her even more. Not only was she beautiful and talented, but she was also so reasonable. Where could she find a daughter-in-law like this? Elder Wu Wei also smiled. Little Tianyin's parents had passed away a long time ago. She had a very good relationship with the Saintess since she was young, so he naturally hoped that little Tianyin could marry Lin Tian. Now Wu Yi agreed and didn't object, so the elder couldn't help but feel grateful. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. I already said that Wu Yi wouldn't object. Since Wu Yi has agreed, the others won't object. The Saintess of the All Heavens looked at him and smiled. She knew that Jiyu and the others were all led by Wu Yi, so Wu Yi's decision was everyone's decision. Little Tianyin held Wu Yi's hand and looked at Lin Tian. Her big eyes were very clear. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. He didn't even dare to look at little Tianyin right now. He would feel like a beast. However, this marriage was set by the goddess after all, so the Celestial Emperor had no objections. Moreover, little Tianyin's parents had both passed away, and she had an extremely good relationship with his mother since she was young. If he insisted on refusing, it was likely that many people would be hurt. In the end, he coughed dryly and paused for a moment. He changed the topic so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. He said, "This is a special terrain that was chosen for Tianyin in the past. I used the dragon burial scripture and the laws of the earth to explore it before. There is very rich saint energy of heaven and earth below. It will be of great use to anyone below the supreme level of heaven and earth. I engraved it and guided it up so that we can cultivate together." His words were directed at himself, Wu Yi, Tianyin, and Old Man Wei. After all, only the four of them were below sky and earth supreme in this place. The goddess and saintess of all heavens had already become sky and earth supreme. As for the special terrain of this place, because little Tian-Yin had already recovered, there was no need to continue preserving it. Naturally, it was best to use it rationally. I don't need it. To step into the supreme level of heaven and earth, what is needed is comprehension. Psionic Tao force is already ineffective. Old man Wu Wei said, "Oh, that's true." Lin Tian nodded. At this moment, he also remembered this point. Then he looked at Wu Yi and little Tian-Yin and asked them to step forward. He directly used the dragon burial scripture and the laws of the earth to guide the special terrain of this place. He broke open some special lay points, and in the blink of an eye, a large amount of heaven and earth psionic Tao force was activated. This level of heaven and earth psionic Tao force was very shocking. Even for him who was in the early 9th dimensional realm, it had a good effect. For Wu Yi, who had just reached the 8th dimensional realm, and Tianyin, who had yet to truly embark on the path of cultivation, the effect was even greater. Outside Wu Yi's body, his essence, qi, and spirit were rapidly strengthened. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the middle 8th dimensional realm from the early 8th dimensional realm. Little Tianyin's cultivation speed was even faster. After all, she had just embarked on the path of cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, she had reached the level of flying. Although little Tian-Yin looked like she was only 6 years old, in fact, she was not. In addition, she was a creature of the 9th dimensional realm, and the power of her bloodline was very shocking. At her current stage, she could naturally embark on the path of cultivation without any influence. As for the ancient scriptures on the path of cultivation, little Tian-Yin naturally did not lack them. When she was young, she had received the true teachings of the goddess. Buzz. Holy light lingered here. Lin Tian guided the psionic Tao force underground and enveloped himself, Wu Yi and little Tianyin. The goddess, the saintess of all heavens, and old man Wu Wei guarded the three of them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. All the primitive psionic energy in the terrain here was drawn out and refined. In a month, Wu Yi stepped into the creation realm from the 8th dimensional realm, and because he had mastered many dimensional laws, when he stepped into the primordial realm and the creation realm, he attracted the thunder punishment of the great path in this place. In order to prevent Wu Yi's cultivation from being disturbed, the goddess who was guarding him forcibly erased it. Little Tianyin had reached the Saint King realm and was much stronger. Most importantly, after reaching the Immortal Ascension realm, she did not attract the thunder punishment of the Immortal Ascension realm at all. After her cultivation reached the Saint King realm, even if she did not stabilize it, her Tao foundation was still very strong. Needless to say, this was somewhat shocking. Even the goddess and saintess, the two supremes of heaven and earth, could not help but be moved. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator stepped into the transcending immortal realm, he would trigger the transcending immortal tribulation. But little Tian-Yin did not. At the same time, after a cultivator had reached a certain level of cultivation, they would need to spend time to stabilize their Tao foundation. This was especially so when their cultivation level was increased with the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They would need to spend more time to temper their Tao foundation to prevent their cultivation level from being unstable. If their Tao foundation was not strong enough, it would create flaws in their later cultivation and affect their achievements on the path of cultivation. However, since little Tian-Yin did not go through the Immortal Ascension tribulation, she did not need to stabilize her Tao foundation. Naturally, her cultivation level and Tao foundation were very strong. It felt like no matter what kind of cultivation one did not need to stabilize their Tao foundation. No matter what level one cultivated, the accumulated cultivation level was very strong and unshakable. This was really shocking. It should be related to the special energy that invaded her body. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Although that energy was wiped out by me using the reincarnation origin, a lot of it had entered her life origin. When it was eroding her origin, it also caused some changes in her origin, causing her to undergo such changes. He said, well, no matter what, this is a blessing in disguise. It's a good thing. It seemed that even if Tian-Yin mastered the dimensional laws, she would not attract a heavenly tribulation. Even if she stepped into the tribulation realm and tribulation realm, there would not be a heavenly tribulation. In addition, no matter how she cultivated, her cultivation level and Tao foundation were incomparably strong. With all these factors combined, it could be said that Tianyin's cultivation path had become smooth sailing. Husband, you know so much. Little Tian-Yin blinked and smiled. Lin Tian was embarrassed. When he heard the word husband, he wanted to cover his face on the spot. He coughed dryly and examined his changes again. In a month's time, he had reached the mid-ninth dimension. The saint energy in his body was undoubtedly more majestic, and his battle strength was more powerful. What should we do next? He asked the goddess and saintess of all heavens, what should we do? The goddess paused and said, the lineage of gods also has several strongholds in the ninth dimension, but boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. An entire ninth dimension shook violently. Vaguely, an extremely terrifying dragon roar sounded from the eastern region of this world. Even the sky was trembling. At that moment, the group was all moved. It was the first time they had heard such a loud dragon roar. Moreover, the entire ninth dimension was trembling slightly. The ancestral bloodline of gods? Lin Tian was moved. The world had world-class ancestral bloodlines, and heaven and earth naturally also had heaven and earth ancestral bloodlines. They were the source of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. At this moment, the ninth dimension shook violently and was accompanied by such a shocking dragon roar. Such a thought came to his mind in an instant. The ancestral bloodline of gods in the ninth dimension was acting strangely at this time. Had it manifested in the eastern region of this world? Let's go and have a look. The goddess frowned. At this moment, she had a bad feeling. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral bloodline of gods would never act strangely. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, the group left the place to open the void door and headed toward the eastern region. After about a day, the group arrived at the eastern region. As far as the eye could see, the ground in front of them had collapsed, and an extremely huge dragon head was revealed. It was completely condensed from pure spiritual energy, and it was lifelike. There were dense divine runes intertwined around it, restricting its movement. These divine runes turned into countless chains, and 3 figures were controlling them, trying their best to pull the dragon head out. At the same time, there were dozens of other figures around it, and all of them had the aura of the lineage of gods intertwined. The 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the 7th Divine Lord. The goddess was moved. Her gaze fell on the 3 figures controlling the countless chains to suppress the sacred spirit dragon's head. Lin Tian's gaze flickered. Ever since he had arrived, his gaze had naturally landed on the 3 of them. He could tell that the 3 of them were not ordinary. Each of them was stronger than the other. Even the weakest among them was far stronger than the 10th Divine Lord. Moreover, he could also see that the dragon head was indeed a part of the ancestral bloodline of gods. His eyes narrowed, and he acted immediately. 9 types of 9th dimension laws manifested together and directly slashed toward the 3 figures. Although the ancestral bloodline of gods was far less important than the dimensional heart, it was still a very important component of a world. The 3 divine lords of the lineage of gods were restraining the ancestral bloodline of gods in such a way. They obviously had bad intentions. Almost as soon as he acted, the goddess and saintess of all heavens also acted together. The goddess activated the 9 heavens divine thunder law, and the saintess activated the 9 heavens divine wind law. They cooperated with each other, and the wind and thunder law burst toward the three figures. Goddess, Saintess of all heavens, the ninth Divine Lord, the eighth Divine Lord, and the seventh Divine Lord looked at the Goddess and Saintess of all heavens coldly. Chapter 2475. Among the dozens of figures, 7 of them were at the level of heaven and earth supreme, ordinary divine lords of the divine spirit lineage. The others were all powerful existences at the end of the 9th dimension. With the 7 heaven and earth supreme in the lead, the dozens of people attacked together, filling the sky with divine light. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze fell on the 7 heaven and earth supreme. These 7 divine spirits were not much weaker than the 10th divine lord he had encountered before. The goddess and the saintesses of all heavens naturally also noticed this. For a moment, both of them could not help but be moved, not to mention the 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lords. Just these 7 divine lords alone were stronger than them. Boom! The majestic aura of the divine spirits was vast and mighty, immediately crushing all the dimensional laws that the 3 of them had activated. We didn't look for you, but you delivered yourselves to us. Very good, very good. The 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lords were restraining the 9th dimension ancestral vein. Looking at the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, he ordered the others, suppress the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, kill the rest. The 3 of them did not know about Lin Tian's identity and the fact that Lin Tian controlled reincarnation. They only thought of Lin Tian as an ordinary human cultivator. The 7 divine spirits nodded. One of them closed in on Lin Tian, while the other 6 closed in on the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens. The other 19-dimensional divine spirits charged toward Wu Yi, Yao Tianyin, and Elder Wu Wei. Wu Yi. Lin Tian's back was facing Wu Yi. He immediately activated the reincarnation forging mind technique, and his combat strength instantly increased by 20 times. Wu Yi naturally understood what he meant. Thousand snow floated out, and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song was played immediately, reverberating in all directions. The faint sound of the flute did not have any effect on the others, but to Lin Tian, it was undoubtedly the sound of the heavens. With a boom, it was as if a saint energy volcano had erupted in his body. His essence, chi, and spirit instantly rose at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his essence, chi, spirit, and other aspects increased by hundreds of times. In an instant, the surrounding void began to distort. Such a scene shocked the ordinary Sir Gods who were closing in. The other 6 ordinary Sir Gods and the group of gods were shocked as well. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura actually underwent such a great change. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian made his move. The 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth condensed, and combined with the 9 heavens' divine thunder law, he swung his sword. With an ear-piercing clang, the boundless sword chi transformed into a rain of sword chi, sweeping out in a mighty manner. The ordinary divine monarchs and the other 6 ordinary divine monarchs were immediately sent flying. At the same time, the other dozens of ordinary 9th-dimensional realm deities also met with calamity. All of them were annihilated by the 3-dimensional sword. The 7 ordinary Sir Gods steadied themselves and their expressions changed. At the same time, the 9th divine lord, the 8th divine lord, and the 7th divine lord narrowed their eyes. What are you guys doing? Lin Tian looked at the 9th divine lord, the 8th divine lord, and the 7th divine lord and said coldly. His left and right eyes changed at the same time. 9 black moons intertwined and endless reincarnation patterns appeared. At this moment, the eye of destiny and the eye of reincarnation opened. This scene shocked the 7 ordinary Sir Gods and the 9th divine lord, the 8th divine lord, and the 7th divine lord who were suppressing the 9th dimensional ancestral bloodline. Human! The 7th divine lord's eyes narrowed. Lin Tian had actually mastered the legendary reincarnation. That was a power that even the 10 ancestral gods of their bloodline could not control. Take him down, the 8th Divine Lord ordered. As soon as the order was given, he, the 9th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord could not move for the time being. The other 7 divine monarchs acted immediately. None of them showed any mercy. They all used their majestic arts to suppress Lin Tian. At this moment, they even temporarily ignored the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens. After all, reincarnation was extremely important. Although they did not believe that Lin Tian could control it to the level of greater mastery, and it was meaningless if he did not control it to the level of greater mastery. Nevertheless, they still prepared to suppress Lin Tian first. Boom! The 7 Sir Gods attacked together. For a moment, the majestic power was vast and mighty, surging like a vast ocean. Lin Tian snorted. The 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated. At the same time, the sky-sealing Dharma was intertwined. Clang! He slashed down with the sword. Accompanied by the sharp sound of the sword, it suppressed and froze everything. Puff, 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 puff. 7 plumes of blood, mist exploded at once. The 7 ordinary Sir Gods were cut into pieces at the same time. Previously, when his cultivation was still in the early 9th dimension, with the help of the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendent Song, the Reincarnation Forging Mind Technique, and the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, he had killed the 10th Divine Lord of this bloodline. Now his cultivation had risen from the early 9th dimension to the middle 9th dimension. With the help of the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendent Song, the Reincarnation Forging Mind Technique, and the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, it was naturally easier to deal with these 7 gods who were slightly weaker than the 10th Divine Lord. He could easily suppress them. Sky Sealing Dharma, the 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the 7th Divine Lord were shocked at the same time. They looked at Lin Tian with even more shock. How do you know the sky-sealing Dharma? I learned it from your 10th Divine Lord. Lin Tian did not try to hide it. Hearing his words, the 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the 7th Divine Lord's eyes all froze. Where is the 10th Divine Lord? The 7th Divine Lord asked. His voice was cold, and at the same time he had an ominous premonition. The 10th Divine Lord obviously could not have taught a human from the lower domain the sky, sealing Dharma. So, how did Lin Tian learn it? Obviously he had learned it by force. If that was the case, the 10th Divine Lord was obviously doomed. However, even though he had guessed this, he could not help but ask. Next to him, the 9th Divine Lord and the 8th Divine Lord's eyes also became cold. They stared at Lin Tian like ghosts. Take a guess. Lin Tianlung said coldly. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated, and he swung it toward the 3 of them. The sharp sword light swept across all directions, carrying the power of the sky-sealing Dharma. Its aura was frightening, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the 3 of them. The 9th Divine Lord's eyes were cold, and the cold light in his eyes intertwined. He directly shattered the sword light of heaven and earth that Lin Tian had slashed out. This made Lin Tian's heart tremble slightly. He had not shown much mercy in this sword, but his opponent had shattered it with just a look. He was much stronger than the 10th Divine Lord. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of flesh and blood squirming echoed. At this time, the other 7 ordinary divine lords reformed their physical bodies. Lin Tian glanced at the 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the 7th Divine Lord, and his gaze fell on the 7 of them. I'll send you on your way first, he said coldly. As he finished speaking, the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth boiled. The sky-sealing Dharma boiled, and the reincarnation diagram appeared with a flash. At this time, his combat power was directly pushed to the limit by him. Rumble. The space suddenly trembled violently. The boundless void was distorted and shattered into pieces. The expressions of the 7 ordinary divine lords immediately changed. At this moment, they all felt their scalps go numb. The attack that Lin Tian had used at this time was really too frightening. "Activate the 7 elements formation," one of them shouted. Immediately, the 7 of them gathered together and took different positions. In the blink of an eye, they set up a special formation. However, at this time, Lin Tian looked at the 7 of them. His reincarnation eyes moved slightly, and the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique was used silently. The 7 of them wanted to activate some kind of joint attack technique to increase their offensive power. He obviously would not give them such a chance. Facing his reincarnation eyes, the 7 of them immediately trembled and fell into the reincarnation illusion killing technique in an instant. In the eyes of others, there was nothing around them. However, in the eyes of the 7 of them, they had fallen into a terrifying purgatory. Endless ghosts and resentful spirits pounced on them and crazily tore at their bodies and divine souls. At this time, Lin Tian's reincarnation sword light and the reincarnation diagram fell in front of the 7 of them and pressed down mercilessly. The 7 blood mists exploded once again. This time, the 7 of them were left with only their divine souls. They even lost the ability to reform their physical bodies for a short time. "Die," Lin Tian said. His eyes moved slightly, and the waterfall of fortune and the reincarnation blood sea appeared at the same time and pressed down together. There were 7 sizzling sounds. Before the 7 of them could react, their divine souls were annihilated. The goddesses and saintesses were not surprised by this scene. After all, the 7 of them were slightly weaker than the 10th divine lord. However, Lin Tian was now much stronger than when he killed the 10th divine lord. Therefore, it was normal for the current Lin Tian to kill the 7 of them so easily with Wu Yi's help. The 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lord's eyes grew even colder. "Human!" The 9th divine lord's gaze fell on Lin Tian. His gaze was like a blade of death. Several 19-dimensional compatriots and 7 ordinary divine lords at the heaven and earth sovereign level had been killed by Lin Tian, just like that. He had even guessed that the 10th divine lord had also died at Lin Tian's hands. "Can you hold on?" the man asked the 8th and 7th divine lords. The 8th and 7th divine lords did not speak. They only nodded. The 9th divine lord did not say anything else. He looked at Lin Tian and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Lin Tian and pressed down with his palm. With a crack, the surrounding space was suddenly annihilated. A boundless divine aura silently pressed down on Lin Tian. The goddesses and saintesses could not help but be shocked by this scene. The 9th divine lord was too fast. He was so fast that even heaven and earth sovereigns like them could not see his movements clearly. Lin Tian was also shocked by his opponent's speed. However, his expression did not change. As the 9th divine lord's giant palm pressed down on him, his reincarnation eye moved slightly and finally caught the trajectory of his opponent's attack. He tilted his head slightly to avoid it. Then, without any unnecessary movements, he waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and attacked with the heaven-sealing rule of law. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. As he swung his sword, 9 rays of sword light appeared and pressed down on his opponent from 9 different directions. The 9 swords of reincarnation, great, remarkable power. The 9th divine lord's gaze moved slightly and fell unblinkingly on Lin Tian's right eye. Is this the legendary reincarnation eye? It lives up to its name. Chapter 2476. The 9th divine lord's large hand pressed down, sealing off the space around them. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he was once again shocked by this person's aura. He was really too strong, far beyond what the 10th divine lord could compare to. However, although he could feel the strength of his opponent, there was not a trace of fear on his face. His reincarnation, I could see everything clearly, including the pure movement of the body and the intertwining trajectory of the saint power. He simply turned his body sideways and dodged again. At the same time, with a clang, he waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. The sword's momentum surged violently as it slashed toward the ninth divine Lord's forehead. The ninth divine Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad. Although Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the ninth dimensional realm, he was surprised that Lin Tian was able to dodge his attacks twice. Immediately, in the next moment, the aura that he exuded became even stronger. He was no longer purely attacking with his body. His remarkable art was activated at this time, and it turned into a light net that suppressed and sealed everything. It pressed down on Lin Tian. Wherever the light net passed, even the air was suppressed inside, and it was difficult to escape. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could naturally feel the terror of this light net. His reincarnation eye moved slightly, and the reincarnation light that filled the sky surged out mightily, turning into a reincarnation river that drowned the light net. At the same time, it pressed down on the ninth divine Lord. The two collided, and for a moment there was a sizzling sound as the light drowned out the surroundings. Almost in the next moment, the ninth divine Lord passed through the hazy light without a sound and appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that it was frightening. He once again raised his hand to grab Lin Tian, and together with the dense divine inscriptions pressed down. This attack was so fast that Lin Tian's expression changed. Even with his reincarnation eye, it was difficult for him to see the opponent's attack trajectory clearly. However, he didn't panic at all. His eye of destiny trembled slightly as he unleashed his teleportation ability. He instantly appeared behind his opponent and slashed his sword towards his opponent's head. The ninth divine Lord's eyes moved slightly. He had used a special body movement and a special palm technique in his attack. Originally, Lin Tian could not see the trajectory even with his Rinnegan. After all, his cultivation was a little low. He thought that he would be able to suppress Lin Tian directly. However, he did not expect that Lin Tian would still be able to avoid the attack and launch a counterattack. Teleportation? The ability of your left eye? As the ninth strongest person under the ancestral gods of the divine spirit lineage, the ninth divine Lord's eyesight was naturally not bad. In an instant, he saw how Lin Tian had been able to dodge his attack. It was the special ability of Lin Tian's left eye. Not bad. The person's voice was cold. The light of the sacrificial god spirit shook off Lin Tian's sword of heaven and earth and then pressed down on Lin Tian again. Lin Tian was fearless. His left eye of destiny continuously used teleportation, while his right Rinnegan immobilized the light of reincarnation. Together with the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, he condensed the 10th dimensional law of heaven's sealing. He clashed with the ninth divine Lord again and again without falling behind. Of course, he did not have the slightest advantage. You're just a mortal of the ninth dimensional realm, but you, the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord were working together to cast a technique to restrain the 9th dimensional ancestral vein. Seeing this scene, their eyes narrowed slightly. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky. The 9th dimensional ancestral vein was completely formed by the condensation of boundless saint spiritual chi. It seemed to have a consciousness. At this moment, it roared, and the ancestral vein dragon body shook violently as if it was resisting the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord. The 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord's eyes were cold. The 8th Divine Lord frowned. It's indeed a little difficult for two people. Use your heart. The 7th Divine Lord said coldly. The 8th Divine Lord nodded. The aura outside his body suddenly strengthened a lot as he used all his strength to suppress the 9th dimensional ancestral vein. The goddess and the saintesses of all heavens tilted their heads and looked at the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord. They looked at each other and moved, respectively. The ninth heaven's divine thunder law and the ninth heaven's sacred wind law surged together, forming a storm of wind and thunder that attacked the two of them. The ninth dimensional ancestral vein was illusory and was usually difficult to find. It was definitely not a good thing for this vein to find the ninth dimensional ancestral vein. Rumble. The void rumbled as the storm of wind and thunder arrived in front of the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, with a whoosh, the storm of wind and thunder was instantly shattered. With just the two of you, even if we stand still, you won't be able to hurt us at all. The eighth divine lord said coldly. This caused the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens to turn serious. These two people were indeed too strong. The ninth heaven's divine thunder law and the ninth heaven's sacred wind law were their strongest techniques, but they couldn't even withstand the aura of these two people. Lin Tian was fighting with the ninth divine lord and naturally saw this scene. His eyes flickered slightly as he slashed at the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord. The sword light was mixed with the power of the three dimensions of heaven and earth, the power of the heaven sealing law, and the power of the origin of samsara. Clang! The sword light was ear-piercing and landed in front of the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord in the blink of an eye. Rumble! With a loud rumble, the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord were surrounded by divine light and shattered his sword light. This caused him to be slightly shocked. His sword strike was definitely more than 10 times stronger than the attacks of the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, but it was still easily shattered by these two people. The two of them were much stronger than the ninth divine lord. If these two people were to fight, even with Wu Yi's help, the current him would definitely not be able to withstand them. The ninth divine lord snorted coldly and stepped forward. In a flash, he was in front of Lin Tian and once again pressed down with his palm. This time, 5-colored divine light intertwined in the center of his palm, bringing with it an extremely sharp aura and vigorous nomological fluctuations. Lin Tian used the heaven sealing law to meet it head-on. With a whoosh, the heaven sealing law was shattered. This is a new 10th dimension law. The goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were shocked as they saw this. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he saw this. This person was very strong. After activating the law of the 10th dimension, his battle prowess was clearly stronger than his current battle prowess. Lin Tian's law of sealing the heavens was completely unable to block this attack. As a mortal from the lower realms, you are really not bad. However, I don't have much time to waste with you now, the ninth divine lord said coldly. With a boom, the 10th dimension law in the center of his palm became even sharper, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Moreover, it was not only the center of his palm. The 10th dimension law also intertwined around his palm. Lin Tian glanced at the 8th divine lord and the 7th divine lord, who were restraining the 9th divine lord. His gaze then fell on the 9th divine lord again. Light intertwined in his eyes as he used the light of samsara to meet his opponent's 10th dimension law. At the same time, he began to comprehend and analyze this 10th dimension law. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed in the intense battle. During these 4 hours, he was somewhat at a disadvantage in his battle with the 9th divine lord. Then, after 4 hours, the same 5-colored divine light gradually intertwined around his body and slashed toward his opponent. 10th dimension, cutting Tao, cutting through everything in the world. He muttered to himself. As his voice rang out, the 5-colored divine light around his body became even denser in the blink of an eye, and the nomological fluctuations became even stronger. He controlled it again. The saintesses and goddesses were shocked. At this time, Lin Tian had clearly mastered the 10th dimension law that the 9th divine lord had used. In the blink of an eye, he had become proficient in it. Little Tian Yin looked at Lin Tian, her hands clasped together, her big, sapphire-like eyes were filled with a strange light. The melodious sound of the flute floated in this space. Wu-Yi played the reincarnation tribulation song. It was as peaceful as ever. The 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord both froze in shock. The 9th Divine Lord's face turned cold. The 9th Divine Lord looked at Lin Tian. At this time, there was shock in his eyes, as well as an extremely heavy murderous intent. His Tao-severing law was actually learned by a mortal from the lower realms within 4 hours. This was unbearable for him. Boom! Outside his body, the cutting Tao law boiled and turned into a sea of cutting Tao law. It annihilated everything and mercilessly pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. The 10th dimension law of the cutting Tao law that he had just mastered also boiled and faced the other party. Similar laws collided in the blink of an eye, erupting into a destructive light that filled the sky. A fierce aura surged in this place. It was extremely terrifying. In the end, the 2 similar laws collided and collapsed at the same time, leaving behind a destructive rainbow light that filled the sky. The 9th Divine Lord's gaze turned even colder. The aura outside his body began to rise again. For a full 4 hours, not only did he not suppress Lin Tian, who was in the 9th dimension, but he also let the other party learn the cutting Tao law. Although Lin Tian was not as proficient in controlling it as he was, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable and cold. I won't kill you for now. However, I will bestow upon you the punishment of a god, he said coldly. As his words fell, a holy blade of light appeared behind him. Extremely fierce law fluctuations intertwined. Obviously, that was the peak power of the cutting Tao law. When such an aura appeared, the boundless space in this place trembled, causing the goddesses and the others' expressions to change. This aura was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than before. The group could not help but look at Lin Tian. At this moment, all of them became worried. Only Wu-Yi remained calm and unperturbed. The reincarnation tribulation crossing song was even more melodious. At the same time, Lin Tian said coldly, "The punishment of a god? Leave it to yourself." As his words fell, his right leg, which was stepping on the ground, shook violently. Suddenly, endless dragon patterns intertwined. Roar! The 9th dimension ancestral vein shook violently and let out the loudest dragon roar. Boundless 9th dimension ancestral vein, Holy Spirit power rushed out from the ground and turned into a divine dragon that looked down on the world behind him. The 9th Divine Lord's body trembled slightly. His gaze fell on the divine dragon behind Lin Tian, and he was immediately moved. The divine dragon exuded an aura that was too frightening. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill run down his soul. At the same time, the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord were also moved. Not only were they shocked by the divine dragon that rushed out behind Lin Tian, but also because at this moment their suppression of the 9th dimension ancestral vein began to be greatly affected. A special force suddenly emerged from the ancestral vein and constantly disturbed them. What have you done? Chapter 2477. The majestic dragon circled behind Lin Tian. Its body was at least 10,000 feet long and exuded a majestic aura. Not only did such a scene cause the 9th, 8th, and 7th Divine Lord's expressions to change, even the goddess and the others could not help but feel shocked. Little Four's dragon burial scripture. The saintess' eyes flickered. I almost forgot that the 9-dimensional ancestral vein is here. Little 10, who has cultivated the dragon burial scripture, can mobilize the power of the 9-dimensional ancestral vein here to fight. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and reverberated through all directions. The raging pressure rolled and created waves of terrifying saint energy that resembled water ripples in this place. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the 9th Divine Lord. With a slight thought, the divine dragon behind him suddenly swooped down. In the past 4 hours, while he was fighting with the ninth divine lord and analyzing and comprehending the 10th dimensional law of Dao severing, he was also using the dragon burial scripture to engrave the great dragon burial formation in this place. At this time, he successfully completed the great dragon burial formation underground. Once the dragon burial array was completed, he could mobilize the power of the 9-dimensional ancestral vein here to assist him in battle. With the power condensed from the 9-dimensional ancestral vein, under his conscious control, it was naturally extremely powerful. After all, in terms of pure saint spirit energy, the 9-dimensional ancestral veins, saint spirit energy, was frighteningly vast. As the divine dragon swooped down, the void was immediately annihilated. The 9th divine lord's expression changed. With a low roar, he activated the law of Tao, severing to the limit, and faced the divine dragon head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. With a whoosh, the 9th divine lord's law of Tao severing was directly shattered. Then, the dragon's momentum did not decrease as it crashed straight into the 9th divine lord. Poof! Blood splattered, and in an instant, the 9th divine lord exploded. Blood stained the void, and bits of flesh and bones flew all over the sky. Damn it! A shocked and angry voice was heard as the flesh and blood wriggled. The 9th divine lord's spirit was not destroyed, and in the blink of an eye he reformed his body. After reforming his body, he looked at Lin Tian again. The 9th divine lord's eyes became colder, and his anger and murderous intent grew stronger. Against a mortal from the lower realm of the 9-dimensional realm. His body had been shattered. He was suppressed. On the other side, the 8th divine lord and the 7th divine lord were also moved by this scene. The faint sound of the flute drifted through the space. In this place, only Wu Yi remained calm, playing the song of reincarnation tribulation. Lin Tianyi's eyes were fixed on fate and reincarnation. His gaze fell on the 9th divine lord. He took a step forward and moved, taking the initiative to close in on the 9th divine lord. Roar! The dragon's roar was ear-piercing. As he moved, the great dragon burial formation that was carved into the ground shone brightly. Boundless ancestral vein, Holy Spirit Qi, gathered to form another 10,000 feet long divine dragon. Following him, it appeared in front of the 9th divine lord in the blink of an eye and swooped down. The 9th divine lord gritted his teeth and pushed the Tao severing law to its limits. Once again, all sorts of divine powers and great arts were unleashed one after another. Lin Tian raised his hand and the reincarnation diagram appeared. Together with the boundless ancestral vain saint spiritual Qi, it suppressed his opponent. At the same time, the 10,000-foot-long divine dragon roared, its dragon might shaking the heavens. Pooh! Blood splattered. In just an instant, the 9th divine lord exploded once again. Blood splattered all over the void. However, as the 9th strongest person in the 10 divine realms after the 10 ancestral gods, the 9th divine lord was truly powerful. His spirit was still immortal. In the blink of an eye, it reformed once again. Once again, he unleashed all sorts of divine powers and great arts to meet Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth cooperated with the 9th-dimensional ancestral vein to attack. Boom! 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 Intense explosions reverberated. The void continued to collapse. The 9th divine lord was shattered again and again. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. In that hour, the 9th divine lord was constantly injured. His aura became extremely weak, and he was extremely shocked and furious. Human. He was a god of the 10 divine realms, the 9th divine lord. Yet now he was injured to such an extent by a mortal from the lower realm. What kind of humiliation was this? Facing the other party's furious roar, Lin Tian's expression did not change. He was still extremely cold. He raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and fiercely slashed at the other party. Wherever the sword light passed, it cut through everything. "I'll send you on your way." He held the sword of heaven and earth in his right hand and formed a seal with his left hand. Dragon burial world. Roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. In this place the boundless territory shook. Hundreds of thousands of large dragons rushed together, and all of them seemed to be real. They were mixed with the extremely vast dragon's divine might, like a rain of divine dragons, together with the sword of the three-dimensional heaven and earth that he had slashed out. The mighty force pressed down on the ninth divine lord. Everything collapsed. The ninth divine lord trembled violently. He could not help but reveal a look of horror in his eyes. He roared angrily and used all his strength to meet the attack. It was enough to meet the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth. But in front of hundreds of thousands of dragons, it was insignificant. Hundreds of thousands of dragons swooped down and instantly annihilated everything. A mist of blood exploded. The ninth divine lord was directly crushed. Moreover, this time, even his spirit was destroyed. His body and soul were destroyed. Old ninth. The eighth and seventh divine lords could not help but call out. The ninth divine lord of their lineage was killed just like that. They turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes became extremely cold. Human. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and did not say anything unnecessary. His eyes were cold. The dragon burial world was unleashed again. He directly controlled hundreds of thousands of dragons and pressed down on the two of them. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of dragons roared and landed in front of the eighth and seventh divine lords. Their voices shook heaven and earth. However, in the next moment, near the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord's ancestral vein dragon heads, countless ancient god runes shone brightly. Their auras were extremely terrifying. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of large dragons were shattered and dissipated. This scene made Lin Tian's expression change immediately. At the same time, the goddesses, saintesses, and others were also shocked. As far as the eye could see, near the ancestral dragon heads of the eighth and ninth divine lords, there was a holy light ball about 10 feet in diameter. Within it was a blood-colored, ancient broken spear that exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This ancient spear was already broken beyond recognition. It looked like it would shatter with the slightest touch. However, at this time, the aura it exuded seemed to be able to easily penetrate everything in this world. It was extremely terrifying. "This is..." In action, Old Man trembled slightly. At this time, the ancient spear and the holy light ball exuded an aura that was not inferior to that of a celestial emperor or a human king. Although the sacred weapon that was once used by the ancestral god is on the verge of destruction and is no longer of any use, it can still be activated with a vast amount of pure energy. Although it can only be used once, it is more than enough. The seventh divine lord said coldly, "For countless years, we have not done anything. Do you think we have not done anything? We have been searching for the nine-dimensional ancestral vein." The eighth divine lord said coldly, "With the endless power of the ancestral vein in this world, it is enough to activate its killing intent." The ancient blood-colored spear was wrapped in endless pure energy of the ancestral vein. At this moment, the ancestral vein was no longer restrained. With a roar, it fell into the territory and instantly traversed the endless distance as if it had a mind of its own and left this area. For a time, only the ancient blood-colored spear, wrapped in pure energy, was vibrating. Extremely terrifying killing intent intertwined here. The wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Lin Tianwei trembled. At this moment, even her divine soul felt cold. The killing intent exuded by the ancient spear was too terrifying. He retreated, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Wu Yi and the others. He gathered them together and stood in front of the group. "Now, with the support of the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song. He was the strongest here. There is no need for this. The seventh Divine Lord looked at Lin Tianwei and said coldly, "We will not use it against you. You are not qualified to do so." When he said this, the group couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, their expressions changed. "You want to break the seal of the ninth dimension sky." Lin Tianwei's expression changed. He wasn't stupid. Combined with the words of the two, he immediately guessed what they wanted to do with the ancient, blood-colored spear. They had spent endless time and energy to find the ninth dimension ancestral vein and use the endless energy of the ancestral vein to support the broken, ancient, blood-colored spear. They had stimulated the killing intent of the ancestral god within the ancient spear that could no longer be used. Their goal was to use this killing intent to break the seal his father had set in the ninth dimension sky and kill their way to the lower world. Don't even think about it. He gritted his teeth. Although he knew that he was no match for these two, he still attacked at this moment. He used all his strength and slashed at the two. Once the seal his father had set in the ninth dimension sky was broken, and the divine spirit lineage stepped into the lower world. Who knew how many creatures would suffer? Boom! The eighth Divine Lord and the seventh Divine Lord snorted. The eighth Divine Lord smashed the killing intent released by Lin Tianwei with a palm strike. Then, together with the seventh Divine Lord, they used their will to activate the ancient, blood-colored spear, causing it to absorb the endless power of the ancestral vein and turn into a divine rainbow that pierced through the ninth dimension sky. The ancient spear carried the boundless killing intent. Under the stimulation of the ancestral vein's power, it pierced through the barrier of the ninth dimension sky in the blink of an eye. Then, it fell on the Heavenly Emperor's seal. After a stalemate of about 10 breaths, both sides exploded at the same time. The ancient blood-colored spear crumbled and disappeared. The Heavenly Emperor's seal also dissipated. Kill! The eighth Divine Lord and the seventh Divine Lord shouted. Their voices were mixed with the unique will of the divine spirit lineage, and it quickly spread to every corner of the ninth dimension sky. In an instant, countless divine spirits within the ninth dimension sky sensed this and knew that the seal that separated the ninth dimension had been broken. Kill! 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 The word kill resounded one after another. On this day, one divine spirit after another broke through the barrier of the ninth dimension sky and killed their way to the lower world. In the place where the ancestral vein of the ninth dimension rose, Lin Tianwei's expression suddenly changed. Even Wu Yi was no exception. His daughter, parents, and other relatives and sisters were now in the eighth dimension sky, and they would bear the brunt of the divine spirit lineage's attack. It was also at this time that the eighth Divine Lord and the seventh Divine Lord's gaze fell on the group of people. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. "It's your turn," the seventh Divine Lord said, his gaze falling on Lin Tianwei. "As a mortal from the lower world, you are not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all." Chapter 2478. The seventh Divine Lord raised his hand, and the great palm of Saint Energy pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He was much more powerful than the ninth Divine Lord, and they were not on the same level at all. He immediately froze the space around them. Lin Tian's face suddenly changed. He gently pushed the goddess, Wu Yi, and the others away, and summoned the diagram of Samsara. At the same time, he pushed the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth to its limit and met the seventh Divine Lord's palm. Whoosh! The two collided, and with a soft sound, the full power he had summoned was instantly annihilated. The seventh Divine Lord's eyes were cold, and his palm pressed down without slowing down. A mortal is still a mortal. Even if you have control of samsara, even if your comprehension is extremely strong, in essence, you can't compare to a god. As he spoke, he suddenly trembled, and the great palm of Saint Energy pressing down on Lin Tian collapsed, and he stumbled back. At the same time, a figure silently appeared beside Lin Tian. It was a young man, slender and handsome, and his eyes were as deep as the boundless sea of stars. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, and the man's deep eyes gradually softened, and he revealed a gentle smile. Lin Tian instantly trembled, his eyes involuntarily widening a little. He could sense an extremely intimate aura from this man, and even his divine soul was trembling slightly. This feeling was hundreds of times stronger than when he first saw the goddess. On the other side, the goddess, saints, old man Wei, and little Tianyin, who had been pushed away by him, were all moved. Uncle Heavenly Emperor, little Tianyin could not help but call out. As soon as these words came out, Wu Yi's eyes moved. This was the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Tian's father. Lin Tian also heard Tianyin's words, and although he had some guesses in his heart, he was still shocked. At the same time, two whooshing sounds broke through the air, and the 8th and 7th divine lords immediately flew away, their eyes filled with unconcealable horror. However, they had only escaped 1,000 feet away when the two of them froze, and their bodies collapsed inch by inch, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Such a scene caused Lin Tian to tremble involuntarily. Even Wu Yi was taken aback. She did not see any sign of the Sky Emperor making a move. In fact, from the moment he appeared, his back was facing the 8th and 7th divine lords. He did not even look at them. However, the two people who were fleeing in terror had their bodies and souls destroyed by themselves. What kind of power was this? Wasn't this too frightening? Lin Tian looked at the celestial arch. This was the first time he had seen the man he was supposed to call father. For a moment he didn't know what to say. The Sky Emperor chuckled and placed his hand on Lin Tian's head. "You've grown up and become stronger," he said. "Speaking of which, I'm not a good father. I should apologize." Lin Tian shook his head. "You are fighting for the sake of all living beings in the world. You are very noble." He smiled. "I am proud of you." This was the first time he saw his father. Although his heart was in turmoil, he was not as excited as when he saw his mother, the Divine Lady. He could not explain the reason. Perhaps it was because children were closer to their mothers, just like the little Taichu. At this time, he was also moved by another point. The hand that his father, the Celestial Emperor, placed on his head did not have the feeling of a physical body. Obviously, this was not his real body, but merely a wisp of divine sense. This caused his heart to twitch. It was just a wisp of divine consciousness, but it was enough to silently obliterate the two divine lords. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Sky Emperor was slightly taken aback. Then his smile grew wider. "You really know how to talk. Are you sincere?" "Sincere." Lin Tian nodded. His father was indeed fighting for the sake of all living beings in the world. How could he not be proud to have such a father? These were indeed his heartfelt words. The Sky Emperor's smile grew wider. However, there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. Compared to the Divine Lady, he knew about Lin Tian's encounter in the 4th dimension much earlier. That matter made him, an invincible existence in the 9th dimension, feel uncomfortable. At this time, the Divine Lady, Saintess, and the others all walked over. "Uncle Sky Emperor, you are still so powerful." Tian-Yin looked at him with admiration. "Little girl, are you all right now?" The Sky Emperor looked at Tian-Yin. He was very amiable and slightly surprised. "Yes, my husband saved Tian-Yin." Tian-Yin looked at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian." Little Lin used the samsara origin to erase that special energy. Old man Wu Wei explained to the Sky Emperor. Then his expression changed slightly. He could tell that the Sky Emperor was not his real body. "Little Tian, you are." The Sky Emperor chuckled and said, "Before I stepped into the 10 directions divine domain, I left a wisp of divine consciousness in the 9th dimension." He said, "The seal that seals the 9th dimension sky has been broken, so this strand of divine sense that was left inside has manifested." Lin Tian's expression changed. It was indeed just a wisp of divine consciousness. You left a wisp of divine consciousness in there. Even I didn't know about it. The divine lady looked at the Sky Emperor strangely and asked, "What's your purpose?" She knew the Sky Emperor well. He would never do anything unnecessary. Since he left a wisp of divine consciousness in the ninth dimension, it must have a special meaning. If the seal is broken, the wisp of divine consciousness I left inside will turn the broken seal into an imperial seal. The Sky Emperor said. The divine lady's eyes widened. In the next moment, she moved. She tore open the heavenly barrier of the ninth dimension and looked outside. At this time, the seal outside the ninth dimension disappeared, but there were dense light seals intertwining. At the same time, there was a bloody mist spreading outside the ninth dimension. The bloody mist was intertwined with a very strong divine aura. It was obvious that the divine beings who rushed out of the ninth dimension were attacked by the surrounding light seals the moment they rushed out, and then their bodies and souls were destroyed. The light seals were so dense that they surrounded the entire ninth dimension. She stepped back to where she was before. After the seal, you set up this step. You are really. Seeing that Lin Tian and the others were slightly puzzled, she pulled out a divine consciousness imprint and showed them what she saw. This caused Lin Tian and the others' expressions to change. With a single glance, one could tell that those light seals contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Now, they had actually enveloped the entire ninth dimension. In other words, the divine beings in the ninth dimension were still unable to leave. Once they dared to step out of the ninth dimension, they would be destroyed by those terrifying light seals. Just like the bloody mist floating outside the ninth dimension, it was obvious that it was the divine beings who had died tragically after stepping out of the ninth dimension. Then, if someone from the eighth dimension ascends, or if we go out, won't we suffer together? Lin Tian asked. It only targets the divine body. The Sky Emperor said. Lin Tian was instantly relieved. It only targeted the divine body, which meant that it only targeted the divine beings. Although he didn't know what method his father used to make these imperial seals only attack the divine beings, he was now relieved. The heavens and the living beings in the ninth dimension, as well as his other relatives and friends, were not threatened by the divine beings, as expected of the Sky Emperor. The All Heavens, Holy Maiden smiled. It was hard not to be shocked by such a sophisticated arrangement. On this day, the group was originally moved by the fact that the divine beings were about to step into the lower dimension after the seal of the ninth dimension was broken. Lin Tian and Wu Yi were the most worried, but now they were relieved. Lin Tian introduced Wu Yi to the Sky Emperor, and then asked about the ancestral gods of the 10 directions. His master and father had been restraining the ancestral gods of the 10 directions for such a long time. Could it be that they had been fighting all this time? That seemed impossible. The river of time, the past era. The Sky Emperor said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian's expression changed. At the same time, the others were also moved. They understood what the Sky Emperor meant. The Sky Emperor and the human king had pulled the ancestral gods of the divine beings into the past era and restrained them in the past. Stepping into the past was an extremely terrifying thing. Moreover, the more powerful the person was, the more dangerous it was to step into the past era. This was because the time that had already passed could not be disturbed. This was the rule of heaven and earth, and no one could break it. Stepping into the past era, some extremely powerful people would sometimes even make a casual move and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The Sky Emperor chuckled and looked at Lin Tian with some light in his eyes. With your masters and my battle strength, even if we work together, we can't beat him at all. We can only use this method to restrain him. In the past, if we can't move, he can't move either. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, the future depends on you. The time we can restrain him like this is not much. The past era can no longer accommodate us. At most, in another 10 years, we will return to the modern era. His divine consciousness began to blur and disappear bit by bit. protect your mother and master's wife, and control the reincarnation cycle. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. His gaze was gentle, and he rubbed Lin Tian's head with a smile. Then his divine consciousness disappeared. Lin Tian stood still. After a pause, he nodded seriously. "I'm going into seclusion," he said to the goddess and Wu Yi. His father and master had risked their lives to pull the 10 ancestral gods into the past era. At most, they could hold him back for another 10 years. During this time, he had to cultivate with all his strength and strive to control the reincarnation cycle completely within 10 years. The goddess and the others naturally had no objections. They immediately left and headed to a place with the densest saint spirit chi. In another part of the 9th dimension, damn it, that damned Sky Emperor. The dozens of divine sovereigns of the divine spirit lineage looked at the densely packed imperial seals outside the 9th dimensional heavenly barrier. They watched as the divine spirits of their lineage were instantly annihilated by the imperial seals after charging out. Their faces were extremely ugly. They never thought that the Sky Emperor would have set up such a follow-up plan. After the 9th dimension heavenly barrier was destroyed with great difficulty, it turned into a dense array of imperial seals. On this day, more than 10,000 of their divine spirit clan brethren were killed in an instant. There were even a few divine sovereigns who were killed by the imperial seals the moment they rushed out of the 9th dimension heavenly barrier. Now, the 9th dimension heavenly barrier was destroyed, but they still couldn't step out of the 9th dimension. They didn't dare to take a single step out of the 9th dimension. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The eyes of these divine sovereigns were filled with killing intent, and their eyes turned red. In a vast group of immortal mountains in the 9th dimension heavenly barrier, Lin Tian, the goddess, and the others left the place they were at before and stepped into the group of immortal mountains. The saint spirit chi in this group of mountains was very dense. Lin Tian, the goddess, and the saintesses of all heavens set up dozens of sealing arrays to isolate the aura here. Then they began to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 2479. Sitting cross-legged in the celestial mountain, Lin Tian immediately immersed himself in cultivation. The saint spirit chi in the celestial mountain was very dense. He circulated the reincarnation heart sutra and the billowing saint spirit chi intertwined. He used the saint spirit chi to surround his body and cooperate with the unsealed soul root to cultivate seriously. Outside his body, his aura became stronger, and his cultivation increased bit by bit. At the same time, Wu Yi and Tian Yin also began to cultivate with him. After all, the saint spirit chi in this place was very dense, and their cultivation was still relatively low, so they naturally had to cultivate together to improve their realm. The goddess, saintess, and old man Wei all had high enough cultivation, so they did not cultivate in seclusion. They stood guard for the three of them. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye a year had passed. A year later, on this day, there was a thump and a shocking thunder vortex intertwined on the celestial mountain range. Black lightning intertwined in the thunder vortex, crackling, and a destructive aura came down mightily. He has stepped out of the 9th dimensional realm. The goddess spoke, her eyes releasing radiance. Beside her, the saintess nodded. This speed, old man Wei was shocked. In a year, Lin Tian stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm from the mid-9th dimensional realm and attracted the heaven and earth supreme tribulation. Such a heavenly tribulation was so terrifying that Wu Yi and little Tian Yin, who were cultivating, were also awakened at the same time. Lin Tian opened his eyes, stood up, and tilted his head to look toward the south. He took a simple step, and the aura of the law of space intertwined around him. In a flash, he was infinitely far away and appeared in a desert tens of millions of miles away. As he moved, the thunder vortex moved with him and appeared in this desert at the same time. Then, with a thump, thunder exploded, and the first round of the main lightning punishment immediately came down. Lin Tian was not afraid of this. Now, the heavenly tribulation was not a threat to him at all. He took out the reincarnation sword and went through the tribulation as before, using the lightning punishment to temper it. Boom, boom, boom. The main lightning punishment came down one after another, and it was not until a full day later that the lightning punishment dissipated. 7 colored, auspicious clouds intertwined, and he used them to temper his body. At the same time, he rebuilt the reincarnation sword that was shattered by the lightning punishment, now that his cultivation had stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm. The reincarnation sword had become a heaven and earth supreme treasure. It was far from being compared to ordinary heaven and earth supreme treasures' weapons. It was almost the king of all supreme treasures. Compared to that ancient spear, it is too weak. He muttered to himself as he recalled the ancestral God-battle spear from a year ago. Just the murderous intent emitted by that ancient spear was far from what his reincarnation sword could compare to. The gap between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Therefore, he naturally knew that although he had stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm, he had made a huge leap in all aspects, and his fighting power was terrifyingly strong. However, compared to the ancestral gods of 10 directions, there was still an insurmountable gap. He had even estimated the strength of his father's strand of divine thought from a year ago, and regretfully discovered that his full strength was still a little lacking compared to his father's strand of divine thought. He was shocked. Father and master, how high have they reached the heaven and earth supreme realm? His soul root was extremely powerful, and his potential was limitless. With such potential, he had reached the level of a supreme being of heaven and earth. Now he could clearly feel how powerful he was. He was confident that he could kill the 7th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the others that he had encountered previously with just a lift of his hand. However, he felt that he could not compare to the divine thought that his father had manifested back then. Therefore, he could not imagine how powerful his father and his master, who was as famous as his father, were. How terrifying would the ancestral gods of 10 directions be if even his father and master could not defeat them when they joined forces. The rainbow auspicious clouds dispersed. He paused on the spot, put away the samsara sword, and returned to his previous place. The goddess and saintesses of all heavens walked up to him happily. When Lin Tian was still in the 9th dimension, his fighting power was already not inferior to theirs when he worked with the 3-dimensional world. Now that he had reached the heaven and earth supreme realm, with the cooperation of the 3-dimensional world and Wu Yi's assistance, how strong was his strongest fighting power now? It was estimated that he could wipe out all the gods in the 9th dimension. No one could resist him. Congratulations, little Lin, old man Wu said. At the same time, he sighed. He had been at the peak of the 9th dimension for countless years, but Lin Tian had reached the heaven and earth supreme realm from the mid-9th dimension in just a year. How terrifying was such talent! At this time, he could only sigh in his heart, as expected of the person who had inherited the heavenly emperor's bloodline. He was really too terrifying. My husband is really amazing, Tian Yin said sweetly. In a year's time, he had reached the heaven ascension realm from the Saint King realm, which was a great improvement. Wu Yi did not say anything. His gaze was gentle. His cultivation had reached the peak of the creation realm, and he could step into the tribulation realm at any time. Lin Tian and the others chuckled. On this day, he came out of seclusion and did not continue to cultivate for the time being. Instead, he chatted with the group for a day before continuing to cultivate in seclusion. With his heaven and earth supreme realm cultivation, he began to comprehend the path of reincarnation. Wu Yi and Tian Yin continued to cultivate, while the goddess, saintesses of all heavens, and old man Wu continued to protect the 3 of them. Wisps of light intertwined here, and Lin Tian devoted himself to comprehending the path of reincarnation. With his heaven and earth supreme realm cultivation base, he quickly gained some insights, and his control of the path of reincarnation became more and more profound. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. In half a year, the origin reincarnation light intertwined outside his body, becoming thicker and purer. However, after half a year, his path of reincarnation reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to move forward. There's only a little left, but he frowned. He felt that he was not far away from mastering the path of reincarnation to greater mastery, but that little bit of distance was difficult to cross. After a pause, he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. Another half a year later, he opened his eyes. He still had not made any progress in the path of reincarnation, and it was difficult for him to cross that little bit of distance. Forget it. In the end, he gave up for the time being and stood up. On this day, he temporarily stopped his seclusion to comprehend. The goddess and saintesses of all heavens walked up to him and asked about his results. I'm just a little bit away from mastering the path of reincarnation. But no matter what, it's difficult to make any progress. He told them the truth. It's all right, you're just a little bit away. We still have 8 years. The goddess comforted him. Lin Tian smiled bitterly, although he was just a little bit away from mastering the path of reincarnation. Only he knew how difficult it was to cross that little bit of distance. He did not even have the confidence to cross that little bit of distance. However, he would naturally not reveal this matter. He paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Yi and little Tian Yin at the side. Wu Yi and little Tian Yin had also stopped cultivating. I've reached the path conversion realm, little Tian Yin said sweetly as if she was reporting. After 2 years, she had grown a little taller and looked more beautiful than 2 years ago. She was a creature of the 9th dimension, and her bloodline power was extraordinary. Moreover, her life essence had been transformed by a special energy. Now, her cultivation could be said to be smooth sailing. Beside her, Wu Yi did not say anything. His cultivation had reached the tribulation realm, and he had already passed the tribulation. Are you still going to continue your seclusion? The goddess asked. Not for the time being. Lin Tian shook his head and said after a pause, there are many gods in the 9th dimension. I'm going to deal with some of them. Now, he was only a little bit away from reaching greater mastery in the path of reincarnation, but he was really unable to cross that little bit of distance. At this time, he wanted to clear out some of the gods in the 9th dimension. At the same time, he wanted to test his current strongest combat strength. Regarding this, the goddess and the saintess of all heavens naturally did not have any objections. Immediately, the group left. I wonder if the temporary strongholds of the lineage of gods are still there. The goddess said and told Lin Tian a few coordinates with her divine sense. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tian Ondao. He used the law of space-time with his supreme level of cultivation, and a space-time vortex intertwined around him. In the blink of an eye, he, the goddess, and the others were sucked in. The next moment, they appeared in a vast, immortal mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a very large palace towering in the middle of the immortal mountain, surrounded by an extremely powerful aura of gods. This was the temporary headquarters of the lineage of gods in the 9th dimension. It's still there. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Looking at the place in front of him, he moved his mind slightly, and a large number of sword lights slashed forward. With a clang, the sword whistled and cut the huge palace into pieces. A bloody mist exploded there. There were obviously many gods in the vicinity of the palace, and more than half of them died under the sword. Who is it? A cold voice rang out. 3 figures stepped out from the shattered palace, their eyes cold and frightening. Beside them were more than 100 other figures. 7 of them were ordinary divine emperors, and the rest were 9th-dimensional gods. The 6th divine emperor, the 5th divine emperor, and the 4th divine emperor. The goddess frowned as her gaze fell on the 3 people in the lead. She knew about the 10 divine emperors below the ancestral god level of the lineage of gods from the sea of consciousness of other gods. At this time, when she saw these 3 people, she immediately recognized them. Almost at the same time, the sixth divine emperor and the others naturally recognized her, as well as the saintess of all heavens beside her. Their eyes lit up. Goddess, saintess of all heavens. The sixth divine emperor said, his gaze falling on the goddess and the saintess of all heavens, temporarily ignoring Lin Tian, Wu Yi, Tianyin, and the others. You really have the guts to barge in here. Very good. Very good. You saved us the time of looking for you. Chapter 2480. The few monarchs looked at Lin Tian's group with cold gazes. Especially when they looked at the goddess, their gazes were extremely cold. Back then, when they stepped out of the 10th divine domain, they were prepared to find the heart of the 10th dimension and integrate all of heaven and earth into the 10th divine domain. However, they didn't expect that the Sky Emperor would directly seal off the 9th dimensional sky, trapping them within the 9th dimensional sky and preventing them from stepping into the lower heaven and earth. During this long period of time, their bloodline had been thinking of ways to break this seal, and finally broke it 2 years ago. However, they didn't expect that the Sky Emperor would have a follow-up plan. The seal that was broken instantly turned into numerous Emperor seals that enveloped the entire 9th dimensional sky and wiped out tens of thousands of their bloodline brethren in an instant. They still could not step out of the 9th dimension. They were still sealed in the 9th dimension by the Celestial Emperor. We won't kill you. We'll suppress you and make the Celestial Emperor feel pain. The 6th Divine Lord had attacked, said in a voice that was bone-chilling. He hated the Celestial Emperor so much that he wanted nothing more than to devour his flesh and blood. Now, looking at the goddess, the person closest to the Celestial Emperor, the murderous intent in his eyes was frighteningly thick. At the same time, the other gods also had the same look in their eyes. The 6th Divine Lord's giant hand pressed down on the group of people in the blink of an eye. Its power seemed to have frozen everything. It was also at this time that Lin Tian made his move. He did not make any unnecessary movements, and merely flicked his finger. With a whoosh, a beam of sword light flew out and shattered the 6th Divine Lord's giant palm of divine power. The sword light did not dissipate, and its momentum did not diminish as it sank into the 6th Divine Lord's glabella. Blood splattered everywhere, and the chill in the 6th Divine Lord's eyes disappeared in an instant. He was stunned and said, "What's going on?" These 3 words came out of his mouth. Then, in the next moment, his body crumbled into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul had been destroyed. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of all the people in the area to change. "Impossible!" The 4th Divine Lord exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. The 5th Divine Lord and the other gods also changed their expressions. The 6th Divine Lord of their lineage, the 6th strongest person below the ancestor god level, had been obliterated by a human with a flick of his finger. How could this be? At the same time, the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens paled. They had expected that Lin Tian would be extremely powerful after reaching the heaven and earth supreme realm. However, they had not expected him to be this powerful. Facing the 6th Divine Lord, who was far stronger than the 7th Divine Lord, he had actually killed him with a flick of his finger. What kind of combat strength was this? One should know that Lin Tian had just stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm. Yet he possessed such fighting strength when he had just stepped into this realm. This was simply too frightening. Lin Tian's expression did not change. His eyes fell on the 5th Divine Lord and the 4th Divine Lord as he walked towards them. He took a step forward, and in the next instant he appeared in front of the 4th Divine Lord. He tapped the center of the 4th Divine Lord's brows. The 4th Divine Emperor was horrified. He had not seen Lin Tian's movements at all. "You, pooh!" Lin Tian didn't say anything. The tip of his finger that was pointed at the center of the opponent's eyebrows burst forth with sword light. With a pu sound, the sword light pierced through the opponent. His divine soul was obliterated as well. This, old Manwë could not help but tremble. In this place, The fourth divine lord was the strongest person in the lineage of gods. He was the fourth strongest person in the lineage of gods below the ancestral gods of 10 directions. Yet he had been killed so easily. The fifth divine lord and the other divine lords were trembling. One by one, they retreated with horror in their eyes. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. All the divine lords fled as fast as they could. The fourth divine lord, the strongest existence in this place, had been killed so easily. At this moment, all the divine lords knew that in this place, there was absolutely no one who could stop Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at these people. With a slight movement of his mind, the Tao Cutter Law was brought out. The Tao Cutter Law filled the sky and swept out at an extremely fast speed. This was the law of the 10th dimension. Wherever it passed, all things withered. Puff, puff, puff. Bloody mists exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, except for the fifth divine lord, all the other divine lords had died tragically. You, the fifth divine lord's face was pale. He did not run anymore because the 10 directions space had been completely sealed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at this person. He had deliberately left this person behind. At this moment, his right eye, the Rinnegan, opened instantly. It was stronger than before. The reincarnation Tao pattern in it was dreamy and illusory. He used the reincarnation illusion technique to read everything in the other party's sea of consciousness. Then, after reading everything in the other party's sea of consciousness, he used the reincarnation galaxy to obliterate the other party. In an instant, the place became silent. All the divine lords here were killed. My husband is too powerful, Tian Yin said, her big eyes shining. Old Man Wu and the others were also shocked. The current Lin Tian's combat strength was really terrifying. Apart from the ancestral gods of 10 directions, the Celestial Emperor, and the Human King, he was basically invincible. Lin Tian chuckled and said to the group, "Let's go somewhere else." From the fifth divine, Lord Sea of Consciousness, he learned about the situation of the divine Lord's lineage. In this lineage, a small portion of the divine lords had stepped out of the 10 directions divine dominion. Most of the divine lords were still in the 10 directions divine dominion. Now, the divine lords who had stepped out of the 10 directions divine dominion and lived in the 9 dimensions heaven still had 8 large strongholds. He already knew the locations of all of them and was prepared to destroy them one by one. He was also quite satisfied with his combat strength in this battle. Although he was still far from being comparable to his father and teacher, he was already completely invincible compared to the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven. On this day, he used the space-time law to move with the goddess, Wu-Yi, and the others. They stepped into the strongholds of the divine lords in the 9 dimensions, heaven one after another, and attacked mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, all the divine lords in the strongholds were slaughtered. Then he began to wander in the 9 dimensions heaven and attack the other divine lords who were scattered in various locations in the 9 dimensions heaven. Human! Screams and anger sounded from time to time in the 9 dimensions heaven. The blood of the divine lords dyed the void red. In a short 3 months, he wandered the 9 dimensions heaven and wiped out all the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven. A descendant of the goddess and the heavenly emperor? A disciple of the human king and the saintess? No wonder he's so strong. We're saved. The 9 dimensions heaven's inhabitants were not extinct yet. During these 3 months, as Lin Tian, goddess Wu-Yi, and the others stepped into one area after another and hunted the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven, the cultivators of the 9 dimensions heaven naturally saw this process and were shocked by Lin Tian's strength. At the same time, they also learned of Lin Tian's identity and couldn't help but be shocked. During these 3 months, the 9 dimensions heaven was peaceful. At this moment, Lin Tian, the goddess, and the others were standing on a magnificent immortal mountain. The 9 dimensions heaven is peaceful now. I want to return to the 4th dimension and try to fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension that Master found. On this immortal mountain, Lin Tian was standing on Lin Tian on Dao. The heart of the 10th dimension was the core of the 10 divine domains. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the reincarnation cycle, as long as he could fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension, he would be able to suppress the divine lords and end this war. After all, once he fused with the heart of the 10th dimension, it was equivalent to controlling the 10 divine domains. All the divine lords born in the 10 divine domains would be unable to resist. Although it's very difficult, it's worth a try. The saintess said, back then, even the human king couldn't fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension, but she felt that Lin Tian might be able to do it. After all, although Lin Tian's current strength was far from the human king's, he controlled reincarnation and had terrifying potential. When these two were combined, it might create a miracle and successfully fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension. The goddess and Wu Yi also nodded in agreement. Thus, on this day, Lin Tian and the others left the 9th dimension and stepped into the 8th dimension. During this process, the dense imperial imprints outside the 9th dimension did not have any reaction to them. This was because these imperial imprints were imprinted by the celestial emperor using a special method. They only targeted the pure divine bodies and divine spirits, so they did not affect other people. Let's find first, then we'll find the others together. Lin Tian on Dao. In the 9th dimension, he had killed a large number of divine lords. During this process, he had obtained many rare treasures and was preparing to share them with the others so that they could improve their cultivation. The reason why he first looked for Yenya was because she had the divination technique. As long as he found her, he would be able to quickly find Ruoxian, Jiyu, and the others. After that, he spent 3 days looking for Yenya. Yenya was with Ruoxian, Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others. Grandma! Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Before Lin Tian could introduce the goddess, she had already rushed over. Back then, Lin Tian had shown her the appearance of the goddess. She remembered it very clearly, so she instantly recognized her at this moment. The goddess was naturally very happy. This was her granddaughter. Then Lin Tian introduced Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others to her. Jiyu and the others came forward to greet her one after another. They were a little nervous. After all, this grandma was the supreme being of the 9th dimension. Good, very good. The goddess was naturally very happy. Ruoxian hugged the goddess' arm and paused for a moment. Her gaze fell on Tianyin. She jumped in front of little Tianyin and pinched her cheeks. Her beautiful big eyes were full of light. What a beautiful little sister. Let me carry you. As she said that, she really picked up little Tianyin. Lin Tian, the all-heavens saintess, coughed and said, "That's your little mother." Grand Preceptor's wife, you really know how to joke. Ruoxian didn't believe it. Tianyin wasn't even as old as her. Wu Yi looked at her. Don't be rude. Ruoxian's eyes immediately widened. After all, they were mother and daughter. She naturally understood what Wu Yi meant. Really? She hugged Tianyin and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. How could he say this? It's true. The goddess said on his behalf. Ruoxian trembled. She stared at little Tianyin in her arms with wide eyes. Then she put little Tianyin down with a whoosh. Daddy, you've become such a beast. Cough. How did you do this? She glared at Lin Tian. Her father had found her an 8-year-old little mother. Lin Tian, what a sin. Chapter 2481. So that's how it is. After hearing Wu Yi's explanation, Ruoxian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She said in relief, so it was Grandma who decided on this marriage in the past. You should have told me earlier. I thought Daddy had become a beast, indecent. Lin Tian. Daughter, what are you trying to say after the word beast? That's twice. Lil Miss, I'm sorry. But Lil Miss, you're really beautiful. You're already so beautiful now. You'll definitely be even more beautiful in the future." Ruoxian looked at Tian and apologized to her. Then, as she looked at her, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. This 8-year-old girl, who wasn't even as old as her, was actually her little miss. Wu Yi tilted her head and glanced at her. Ahem! Ruoxian coughed dryly and quickly stopped laughing. She bowed seriously to little Tian. "Hello, little miss. It's okay. Ruoxian is very cute." Tian naturally didn't care about this. After all, there was nothing to care about. On the contrary, she really liked Ruoxian. Ruoxian was really very cute. Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, and Bai Qiu naturally didn't have any objections after hearing the whole story. After all, in theory, little Tianyin was actually older than them. The girls all stepped forward and introduced themselves to Tianyin. "Hello, sisters." Little Tianyin was much older than Jiyu and Shui. However, because she had been sealed in the eternal heavenly ice for many years, she didn't grow at all. Now, she still looked like an 8-year-old. She was very polite to Jiyu, Shui, and the others. "Tianyin is really beautiful." Yes, she probably won't lose out to Sister Wu Yi in the future, Jiyu and the others said. They weren't being polite. Tianyin was really very beautiful now. She was only 8 years old, but she already had a peerless appearance. After chatting for a while, Lin Tian asked Yenya, or to use the divination technique to deduce the other people's whereabouts. Now that Yenya was in the tribulation realm, she immediately used the divine divination technique to deduce the situation. Soon, she calculated the whereabouts of all her old friends and told Lin Tian the detailed coordinates. Lin Tian immediately moved. Using the law of time and space, he quickly gathered all his old friends. "Mistress, as Empyrean Divine Seal, Empyrean Primal Chaos, Empyrean Proud Sword, and the others saw the true body of the All-Heaven Saintess, they were all excited. They all bowed deeply and then bowed towards the goddess. 'Greetings, Senior.' 'You're welcome. Please rise.' The goddess was extremely courteous. She personally helped the 9 people up and then thanked them. During those years, in the 4-dimensional world, the 9 of them had taken care of Lin Tian a lot. In the beginning, it was the 9 of them who guided Lin Tian in her cultivation. It was also because of Lin Tian that she reincarnated. She had learned about this from the All Heavens Saintesses. She had always been grateful to the 9 of them and had long wanted to thank them personally. We're senior brothers. It's our responsibility to take care of our junior brother. Fengshen, Tianzuan smiled. Bai Ziki, Yi Fengtian, Yang Qi, Ling Yin, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, Yi Tong, Little Fox, and Mu Qin also stepped forward and bowed to the goddess and saintesses. Wu Yi's parents, Mu Xingshu and Xin Qi, were also there. Lin Tian introduced the 2 of them to the goddess with great respect. "In-laws, this is the first time we've met. Thank you." The goddess took Xin Qi's hand and looked at Wu Yi. She sincerely said to Shen Qi and Mu Xingshu, "Thank you for having such a good daughter." Wu Yi had helped Lin Tian a lot. She had been quietly assisting Lin Tian. She liked Wu Yi very much. The group gathered in the 8th-dimensional world. Then Lin Tian led the group into the 4th-dimensional world and returned to the immortal court of the 10 Directions Ancient Star. He distributed the treasures to them. Then he, the goddess, saintesses, and Wu Yi went to the 10th heaven of the 10 Directions Ancient Star. Ji Yu, Tianyin, and the others were cultivating in the immortal court of the 10 Directions. Old man Wu Wei, who was at the end of the 9th dimension, was there to protect them. There was nothing to worry about. Moreover, they were very safe in the 10 Directions Ancient Star, even if there was no one to protect them. During the 3 months when Wu Yi was killing gods in the 9th dimension, he had already refined many extraordinary divine items. Now that his cultivation base had reached the 9th dimension, there was no need for him to continue refining other treasures of heaven and earth. The 4 of them stepped into the 10th heaven. This heaven was very vast. Green grass grew everywhere, making it look like a green ocean. "It's here," Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had obtained more detailed information about the heart of the 10th dimension from the saintesses. It wasn't the complete 10 directions ancient star, but the 10th heaven. The 9 heavens below were formed by the insignificant strands of energy that overflowed from the heart of the 10th dimension. No wonder I felt the boundless vastness of this heaven. It's even more vast than the other heavens I've seen. Back then, by chance, he felt an incomparably vast feeling in the 10th heaven. At that time, he was very concerned about this heaven. It turns out that this 10th heaven is the true heart of the 10th dimension. At the same time, he thought of the ancient legend circulating in the 10 directions, heavens. As long as one ascended to the 10th heaven, they would obtain eternal life and become the omnipotent 10 directions divine king. Regarding this legend, everyone only cared about the 2 words eternal life. No one cared about the 4 words 10 directions divine king. Perhaps in the past, the cultivation world of the 10 directions divine king only regarded the 10 directions divine king as the king of the 10 directions heavens. They believed that if one ascended to the 10th heaven and attained eternal life, they would be the strongest person in the 10 directions divine king. However, the 10 directions divine king wasn't the king of the 10 directions heavens, but the king of the 10th dimension. As for the origin of this legend, he gradually began to have doubts. He didn't know how this legend spread in the 10 directions heavens. He believed that in the past there was absolutely no one who truly understood the meaning of the legendary 10 directions divine king. There was absolutely no one who knew that the 10th heaven was the heart of the 10th dimension. Could it be that the heart of the 10th dimension has affected the wills of some living beings in the 10 directions heaven? However, the affected living beings were unable to fully comprehend the will, which led to the spread of this legend. He guessed in his heart. He felt that this guess wasn't unreasonable. After all, since the God spirit race was born, there was a kind of will that existed in their heart. By fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension, they could become the 10 directions divine king. This was very similar to his guess, and the possibility was very high. Thinking of this in his heart, he stood in the 10th heaven. After a pause, he said goodbye to the goddess, saintess, and Wu-Yi, and walked a few dozen feet forward. Standing in the 10th heaven, he closed his eyes to feel this heaven. Now that his cultivation base had reached the level of heaven and earth sovereign, he could already feel the extraordinariness of this heaven. In his eyes, this was just the 10th heaven. There were only ordinary stones and grass in it. But in his divine sense, this was a vast heaven and earth with endless stars intertwining around it. He used his divine sense of origin to try to merge into this heaven. At the same time, he also tried to merge his divine sense of life into this heaven, pulling it into his body. Whoosh! In the 10th heaven, a gentle breeze was produced in an instant. Then, gradually, this breeze became blazing hot. With a bang, Lin Tian's body trembled violently and he staggered back. He tried to integrate his divine sense and his divine sense into the 10th heaven, trying to pull it into his body. But in the blink of an eye, they were all pushed back, and his divine soul was shaken, causing severe pain. He paused, frowned, and continued to try, but he still failed. He couldn't fuse with it at all. It's not working. He shook his head and returned to the side of the goddess and the others. The saintess was a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that Lin Tian, who controlled reincarnation and awakened his soul root, might be able to fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension, but she didn't expect that he still couldn't succeed. It's okay, little 10, don't be discouraged. After all, even an invincible existence like the 10 directions divine ancestor couldn't fuse with it. The difficulty of fusing with it is estimated that it won't be much lower than mastering reincarnation. She comforted Lin Tian. Lin Tian wasn't discouraged, because from the beginning he didn't have much hope of successfully fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension. He just wanted to come back and give it a try. It would be good if he succeeded, but it didn't matter if he failed. "Oh, mother, Wu-Yi, why don't you give it a try?" He said to the goddess, and Wu-Yi, the saintess, had already tried. "There's no need to try." The goddess shook her head. Wu-Yi also said there's no need. There were some things that the result was obvious without trying. Even the 10 Directions divine ancestor, the human king, and now Lin Tian couldn't fuse with it. So how could they fuse with it? Then, let's return to the immortal court. Lin Tian on Dao. He took one last look at the 10th heaven, paused for a moment, and then returned to the immortal court with the goddess, the saintess, and Wu-Yi. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the immortal court, Baiziki and a group of old friends came out of seclusion one after another. They refined the natural treasures Lin Tian had given them, and each of them made astonishing gains. It was also on this day that the immortal court displayed many precious fruits and wine, and the group gathered together again. Soon a day passed and night fell. Then the darkness of the night dispersed, and the morning sun rose over the horizon. On this day, Lin Tian found the goddess, the saintess, and Wu-Yi. "I'm preparing to leave for the 10 Directions divine realm." There were no more gods outside the 10 Directions divine realm, and the 9 heavens were very peaceful. However, this peace was only temporary because the greatest source of disaster still existed, and that was the 10 Directions divine realm.